with him saying amen as if he's making a good point. When he's saying, I hope you believe God called you here for a time such as this, so that way we can heal, forgive, and you might see his goodness. Phrasing it in a way where it's like, if you forgive me for my actions, then the Lord might be really nice to you in return. Can I get an amen, huh? You want a shiny new car? Well, you might want to forgive me for this crime. You know, the Lord might provide.
Committed to the Lord, and now to you. I will submit to the process and recommendations of this board.
A standing ovation for that. Amazing. There was a couple people, like, you could hear kind of cheering lightly throughout the thing, which is weird too. Like, fucking pumping their fists, like, oh my god, the pastor's fucking, and it's not his wife. Whee! Yeah! Absolute wild and wackiness. They're treating it as if it's like a little fucking Super Bowl kind of event. But let me warn you, what you're about to hear next is pretty heavy and hard to listen to. The victim herself comes forward to actually paint a picture of what happened that the pastor was leaving out. And she says this to the people that were just giving a massive round of applause and standing ovation to the guy.
I lived in a prison of lies and shame. Lying to protect the Lowe family. For years I thought I was a horrible person having suicidal thoughts, not realizing what had been truly done to me. I'm a prisoner no longer. I was just 16 when you took my virginity on your office floor. Do you remember that? I know you do, and I have plenty of other stories that I could bring to your remembrance.
She describes in detail the actual nature of the adultery that he was so desperately trying to dodge. He was trying to, like, do his best to avoid every possible raindrop of details surrounding this, but now she's the storm that's come through and has revealed all of it to people that were just here. So I don't want to play too much of it here because, like I said, it's hard to listen to. Okay, she says it started when she was 16, and there were witnesses and people that knew what was happening, but when she tried to talk about it, all that was done was that it was covered up.
I told you I never know. I told you we went on hard. Yes, we did.
You didn't tell them she was 14 years old.
Now the crowd's turned on him with the pitchforks out, looking for a biblical beatdown of their own for this guy. And this comes as the woman, the victim, came forward with a lot of information about what happened, as well as her partner coming forward with additional information that they revealed in front of the entire time publicly. And that was just cheering for him is no longer super thrilled about it. Adultery, I guess, was totally fine. They were okay with adultery and long-term adultery. But now that they've learned that it was against an underage minor, well, that's changed the whole narrative. I think both are bad. Obviously, it's worse that it's with a kid, but I don't think there was still any world where they should have been cheering for the guy who just admitted to cheating on his wife for so long. It's still fucked up. I am glad, though, that they at least somewhat came to their senses like, Jesus, this is bad, this shit is not good.
That's just the way it is. It's not all true, but that did happen, yes. All I do is ask you to forgive me. I'm doing what the Bible process or biblical process is in the church. I'm stepping down, stepping aside.
But everything's going to be done normal in our lives. Thank you, Tim. Still a small.
And then once again, I was disappointed by the people here when they went up to give this guy a hug during their prayers. I'm just gonna say it, I don't think there's any power in forgiving someone like that man. That guy is a fucking monster. This went on for years, and it started when she was underage, and it was covered up. There's no power, and there's nothing righteous about forgiving an actual piece of shit like that. So the fact that after they learned all this information, after everything that was talked about during the service from the victim as well as her partner, after all of that, they still go up there embrace him and seemingly forgive him, I guess, if the body language is anything to go off of. Just a horde of people go up there to give a giant group hug in the showers here, all up there huddled around each other like they're trying to recover a fucking fumble in football. All around that guy, who is a bad guy and doesn't deserve the forgiveness. Anyway, this video just made me upset. I wanted to talk about it, and that's really about it. So yeah. I saw something really gross today that I just need to... on in the Sigma scene, as well as the alpha male YouTubers, and of course catching up with the omega male gurus who give some wild and wacky advice, is because it's been so long since I've tuned into the genre on YouTube. Recently, I've felt that the Sigma grind set's begun to fizzle out a little bit, and I was hoping to reignite that fire inside of the hearts of all Sigma males that might be watching. So I wanted to share one video with you that I found. It's called 10 Odd Things Sigma Males Do That Turn Women On. Now before starting it, I will say I was a bit disappointed to see that they omitted one of the most important qualities of a Sigma male, and that's how they handle one-night stands. I've seen this from a couple other channels, and I just would like to put this here in the beginning before getting into the 10 things, because I think it's a really important one. So a Sigma male's not afraid to be upfront. We know that. So when it comes to a one-night stand, I think the optimal way Sigma males handle it is they always finish it off respectfully. They don't want to leave things on bad terms. So this is just a little free advice to all the Sigma males out there. When you're done with a one-night stand and you know it's not going to be something that's like a long-term partnership, make sure that you're nice, understanding, but direct about it. So get up, give her a bow, and say, "Thanks, madam, for the good pussy. 'Twas doth sodden in those quarters, but I must be off now. Crime never sleeps. Pray thee good day." And then you collect your monocle and tobacco pipe and skedaddle. It leaves things on good terms, and you now have broken things off in a much more palatable way.
Women are turned on by different things than men. The Sigma male is the type of guy who knows what these differences are and how to exploit them.
It's fascinating to me how 100% of the time these YouTubers always present their ideas in the creepiest manner possible, calling it an exploit here, making it sound like it's some kind of cheat code or a forbidden jutsu you'll get in trouble for using. It just comes across really weird, saying things like, the Sigma male knows these differences and knows how to exploit it. It just makes it sound almost criminal. The Sigma male is very familiar with females and the law. So you want to get laid without going to prison for sexual assault? Well, there's a fine line between sexual assault and getting laid, and the Sigma male tap dances on it. Find out how in this video.
The Sigma male is the type of man who are naturally attracted to. He has an innate understanding of how to appeal to female biology, knowing which buttons to push.
Another thing I always find interesting, and this is across like all alpha male and sigma male YouTubers, is I can never tell if it's text-to-speech voices they use or if it's actually them narrating, because their cadence is so robotic, and I'm just never positive. Like for this one in particular, I feel like it's text-to-speech, but then there's certain moments where it kind of messes up and fumbles a word around, and I'm like, no, it's probably a person.
1. They're light touches. When a Sigma male is sitting next to a woman, he'll reach out and gently rest his hand on top of hers. Or he might come up behind her and lay his hands on her hips or shoulders, just for a couple of seconds before pulling away again. A woman loves it when he takes the initiative like this, without always waiting to be invited.
Yeah, so step one here is immediately playing with fire, because if you do this on a total stranger, you might just go straight to jail. Do not pass go and collect $200. This shit's just hitting you right in the slammer. This feels like something that is only acceptable if it's done with a girl that you're already romantically involved with, or are at least familiar with enough to the point where coming up behind them and putting your hands on her hips doesn't immediately get you slapped and spit on. If this is a stranger, you might just get your ass beat, and you might get the cops called on you. So I'm assuming this advice here, where don't wait to be invited, is when it's like your partner. Like, hey, maybe rest your hand on her hand when you guys are out on a date. As opposed to just like, hey, if you're in class next to a girl, just rest your hand on her hand as a Sigma move. I'll give the benefit of the doubt to the creator here because they don't actually specify if it's like this is an icebreaker type thing that you use on women that you're interested in, or something that you do to continue to keep a woman that you're already with interested in you.
2. They know how to command attention. A Sigma man doesn't care if anyone notices him or not, as long as he has the upper hand and is ready to play. When genuine, you can't help but notice because of the way other people react when you're around.
Now, as is the case with every Alpha, Sigma, Omega, Beta, and Vice channel, most of it's just platitudes, utterly meaningless, and can be applied to pretty much anyone, everything, ever. And this is one of those things. You're good at getting people attention and not getting attention. It's a good thing for you. And women like that. But yeah, that sounds about right.
There's the secret section. Everyone has a different sense of what's funny, and Sigma males that may be well.
To be fair, you do have to have a high IQ to understand Sigma male humor. So this is, again, another one of those points where it's like, yep, that sounds about right. Sigma males are known for their gut-busting comedy. Ha 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 moments. Wow. Cool.
There's something about the way they carry themselves that makes people want to find out what it is. Like the devil and all
This is always my favorite. Like, this is what I bought into going into college, that women love fucking when I took on the role of an anime protagonist. Right? You know what it got me? Not what it almost got me. Fucking excommunicated from my goddamn university because everyone was so fucking afraid of me. That's such a weirdo. Sure, there's something to be said about someone that's not like overly outgoing with everything that happens in their life. Yeah, absolutely. But the way that they set it up here was like psychologically around me. And I have all the information. I will the book that you should give some information. For sure. Don't just go like catatonic and smoke a cigarette in the background hoping that someone finds that cool or hot. Because they probably won't. They're just trying to come up with this one straight up just doesn't seem like a good thing at all. To have women trying to be scary and intimidating is too intense. That just seems like it's a massive detriment to getting laid as a single male. And then the part about a single male not being afraid to challenge a woman, that almost sounds almost threatening. Like, hey, at any moment you say something that's a little out of line, the single male's going to call you out on it. It's like, oh, the witch, you've gone a bit too far. You've misquoted the great George Lucas. He never said that about Star Wars, and I'm putting you in your place. And you should be turned on by it. But it's like, I don't know if that's necessarily a great quality to be so overly talented that you can come off as really intense. They are. A woman loves to be surprised. You can see something coming from a mile away. There's no exciting chemical from her. She's itself just a little bit apart from society, and that makes it impossible for her to guess what it is. I don't really see what being an outcast from society has to do with being unpredictable, unless he's isolated from society in like a mental asylum or something. Like I don't really understand how those two correlate. You can be unpredictable while also participating in society, right? You can come up with surprises like, hey, surprise, I found chocolates in the dumpster outside. I bet you didn't see this coming. Or, you know, come in with a birthday cake. Hey, I know it's not your birthday, but hey, I definitely subverted your expectations with this maneuver, didn't I? You don't have to be like, you know, outside of the outskirts of society to be unpredictable. And yeah, there is something to be said about surprises and being spontaneous. That could be a good thing for sure. Not just for Sigma males, but for people in general. So that way we can finally have an answer to the question that has plagued humanity since the dawn of time. What is the worst anime ever made? I intend to answer this with a detailed scientific data collected through my PhD research in this subject. I finally caught up on Better Call Saul, and what a ride it's been. I feel like I've been re-baptized. I've binged all 6 seasons up till the new season finale over the course of about 2 months, taking a look at every single week. Now, I couldn't be more of a binge don't know. Breaking Bad is one of only 3 things I would ever give a 100% slot towards. I think the show is a nearly flawless mess, and the day that I finished watching Breaking Bad was one of the best days of my life, up there with the day I was born. I just cherish that show. And I'll openly admit, I was a naive fucking fool who wasn't sold on the concept of a Saul Goodman spin-off when it was announced. So I never watched season 1, and then season 2 rolled around, and I felt like I was already too far behind to catch up, so I never bothered. And it wasn't until a couple months ago where I just got that itch, like a professional athlete who just has that drive to compete at the highest level of their sport. That was me, and my sport was watching TV shows. So over the course of a couple months, I binged all of Better Call Saul, and I gotta say, I was missing out. This show is right up there with Breaking Bad, and it takes place in the same universe, so there's really people to compare them. And I just wanted to make a video giving you my thoughts, since I think so highly of Breaking Bad. I'll link everything out there with how I feel about Better Call Saul. Now, I'll make it clear right away, I fucking love this show. Better Call Saul has been blown me away. It has just become like a second mother to me. It's just perfect to me on something. It's just wonderful. It's just a because this lady's really busting it wide open on the dance floor here in this whole dive bar, and she's just going hog wild. I don't know if it's drug related or just the spirit of music is taking over, but she's transformed into pieces. Her eyes are like glossed over, and thanks to the camera, they're like forward to the dark, so it's really intense. And she's throwing out all kinds of advanced moves right there. That's like a million games in 10 seconds. It's like just trying to go for a high score combo and Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 here. But what it reminded me of is how I used to act at like bars and parties back in the early college days, because there was a couple bars near our campus that didn't ID check. So we would go there and I'd try and do shit like this because I thought by trying to be the center of attention, it would be good in helping me get laid. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. But I'd go fucking wild. I'd start popping and locking. It was like I was doing Wing Chun on invisible enemies. Because I didn't really know how to dance super well, but I kept trying and hit like sloppy body waves and shit. And I made a video a while ago talking about how I tried to learn to breakdance to impress girls. So, I dropped to the floor and hit them with like the 6-step shuffle or whatever. And of course, me, I'm famous for the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse dance hot dog. But I dropped to the floor and just like get after it. Like this. Yeah, give them some of that shit. It's just, yep. A little out of breath already. It's been a while since I busted that bad boy out. But yeah, I just fucking serve it out on the dance floor there, and no one stopped me. Like my friends that I'd go with, they never told me it was a bad idea, because I think they just liked laughing at it. So I spent like an hour doing this shit on the dance floor, looking like I was on bath salts, and I never learned my lesson. So when I saw this video today, seeing her go after it like this, I was like, damn, it's like looking in a mirror 8 years ago. Watching her dance is like watching a dog with the zoomies, where they start like running in circles and going crazy. I mean, hats off to her. Like the confidence to do this and really just go wild at it, I think is fantastic. I always enjoyed doing it back in college, even though I know it made me look very odd to most people, but I still did find it to be enjoyable at the very least. But goddamn, the people next to her are gonna be leaving this bar with scars. The way she's whipping her hair like that shit is an actual weapon. That's some like actual Bayonetta shit, using her hair for offensive attacks. This right here is my favorite moment in the routine. I definitely think this would win, so you think you can dance. She hits him with like the praying mantis up here, and then into like a T-Rex arm combo. And it's very rare you see a move like that executed so fluidly. So I thought she did a wonderful job there, and I really think it just helped put a nice bow on the entire choreography here. Unfortunately, that's where the video ends, but I'm sure the dancing continued for a couple hours there. She was definitely just getting started. This was only Act 1 of the performance.
Dark web version of the internet streaming websites. This is the final and second important part.
Let's go, dark web.
Check out at the top right of the screen.
I've seen that movie.
Well, my CD and not so you can watch the other parts of this series. Anyway, in case you guys don't know about the dark web, you can only access it using
Explorer.
Not Google Chrome, not Firefox, not Internet Explorer. I don't know what to do that anyway. This allows you to go.
Well, it's not called Internet Explorer now, it's Edge.
The website consists of random numbers. In the last video, we covered the basics, and this time I just decided.
Tor was made by the CIA.
So
Is that true? I remember that rumor floating around back when I was learning what the dark and deep web and shit was. Was Tor actually made by the CIA? It was made by the Navy. Oh, there's like a fucking civil war in the chat. Was it the Navy or the CIA? On Tuesday, the CIA announced its own Tor Onion service. So the CIA, I guess, is getting into the dark web space, but it's like releasing dark web NFTs on a weird announcement from 2019. The United States Naval Research Laboratory. I'm assuming it's just the first thing that popped up. Yeah, it looks like it was the Navy. So besides like arms purchasing and like illegal shit, what is the point of the dark web? Like I can't imagine people are accessing the dark web going through Tor to look up like video game walkthroughs. That seems like there's no way that happens on the dark web. Who's going on the dark web like, bruh, I'm really looking to buy some crocodile. Oh, someone's selling. Alright, here's my credit card info. No one's typing that shit in on the dark web. No fucking chance. No one's dumb enough to do that, right? College kid? Nah, I don't believe that for even a second. Nobody would. They're absolutely using like Monero or some kind of crypto or something. They're not gonna be using like their actual just fucking Visa card.
Revenge. That's my thing. We already covered revenge in the last video. And the website we're taking down. Won't be sharing the name of the website, but I'll show you guys the layout. So right out of the gate,
this used to exist on the surface web for what it's worth. I've even covered it once. There used to be a website that was all for revenge porn, and eventually the guy who ran it faced, how many years in jail? I don't remember how many, but yeah, he got fucking blasted. But this was something back in the early internet days that existed just on, you could go on AOL and just look at revenge porn. It was fucking crazy. He got 18 years? Was it 18 years? Might be right.
There are two options. Lifetime basis.
Yes, you buy with Bitcoin. You're not typing in credit card info.
Lifetime membership usually updates 101 gigabytes in leaked amateur content, which is 9,000 photos,
right.
3,405 plus the SD section, IP cam section, spy categories, NAS synology section, and unsorted content, which apparently they have 10 terabytes worth of. So yeah, the IP cam
Holy
section is
shit.
like, I feel so bad for the girls that don't even know if their laptop is hacked and people are just watching them, random people are just watching them.
That's another crazy thing. Do you guys remember that back in early internet days? There was a time, I don't remember if it was Max, but there was some laptop that shipped with a webcam built in, and it was extremely easy to access. So easy, in fact, there was a website set up on Surface Web where it would just be like a roulette. You just click a button and it'd take you to some random guy's webcam. You could just watch them living their lives. Was it Dell? It might have been Dell. Yeah, so you just have this roulette of just watching people's lives through their webcam. They had no idea. It was fucking wild. It was wild. So then, like, it was such a big deal that eventually the experts were like, if you own this laptop, just put a piece of tape over the webcam, otherwise you are most likely being watched.
But I just want to let you guys know that I'll provide some Amazon links. You guys want to buy some webcam cover. Disgusting fantasy.
You don't want to look at my webcam? Yeah, like, it's just one of those fucking creepy things, man. I don't think looking through those webcams ever really, like, nothing like crazy ever happens, but it's fucking scary to think about.
If you are not of legal age, or if this type of material is not legal in your jurisdiction, do not enter. This site contains absolutely no videos, photos, 3D rendered art, or other illustrations for adults. If you're into that, it's basically everybody like
shit's like a Tumblr blog. What the fuck?
Not only that, but they have really convention advertisement.
What?
Like, hey, you're actually open one. Whoever met you, like, that's in real life. Reality is like file.
That is something that is, I've seen this on Twitter. There's a verified account, a couple 100,000 followers from what I recall. They have this belief that if we could just use AI to generate fake children for porn, it would solve pedophiles. There is a group of people that genuinely believe that providing, like, more child porn, but without real people, that it would somehow get rid of, like, pedophiles. It is the most ass-backwards idea ever. It's fucking disgusting. They've made this post like, this is where I think deepfakes need to go. We need to create deepfakes of children in pornographic settings, so that way people would no longer be incentivized to use real children in child porn. It blew my fucking mind, and there are people supporting that. Like, all it does is provide more child porn for pedophiles and make the market even bigger for people to fucking film that shit in the real world. It's crazy. It's crazy. Twitter is just the most outrageous wasteland of horrible ideas. That's what this just reminded me of. I think it was actually Mudahar who commented on that. I don't remember what the account was that was talking about it. I know they deleted it shortly thereafter.
Still illegal to have on your device. Take Lolly for example. You can be arrested and charged with a crime.
Oh, what? Really?
Other countries have also
I didn't know that. Is that real? You can actually get arrested for lolly? So what is Twitter talking about then where it's like, it's not illegal? In fact, lolly is something to be celebrated.
I guess. Lolly company. We offer the best collection of real snuff and authentic R-word pictures and video clips.
Jesus
Thousands
Christ.
of photos, videos, comics, and books. Join us for your
Comics?
special never forget experience. For a small one-time fee, you have unlimited access forever. We add always new content. Safe and anonymous. Document. Stuff on that document is absolutely fucking. The worst part is that we invite everything that I'm on
Reddit? They use Reddit?
provided some video proof too. I can check out some of them and oh my god, I never want to go back. Like deadass, I never want to fucking go back. I never want to see the images again. But it is real. I'm letting you guys know this shit is real. Let's go over the document. I was actually kind of stupid and I downloaded the fucking text document. I don't know why I downloaded it. I downloaded something from the dark web. It's all figured out. It's just a document.
It's like a J-Station video. I downloaded shit from the dark web, now all of a sudden I'm an 8-foot sperm. I accidentally drank the Amogus potion at 3 a.m. from the dark web. Jesus Christ, Tug.
Yeah. The first thing they're claiming to sell are guns. We have sniper rifles, Mossberg 500, TOT rifles, Kalash rifles. I've never heard of that. But they're made in Russia, not China. From the other video. So let's just get into something shocking. This one, bro, this is what really got me. Video filmed according to your script with torture, R-word, snuff, etc. These reviews how many actors will be, race, gender, in your script/scenario.
Jesus
The
Christ.
youngest actor we had 4 days after she was born. The oldest actor we had 93-year-old.
Holy
I'm
fuck.
Kidnapped people, blended up these. Classic smoothie came from pure, raw fruit and or vegetable blender. Classic smoothie is a healthy
No
type of
fucking
cocktail
shot.
that you can drink for breakfast or a bit later. But we have these special smoothies. It's made from newborns. We place in blender the newborn with or without legs/hands.
That's no fucking shot.
Blend until the mixture is source smoothies for newborns strictly in the refrigerator or cool place.
That one seems very fake.
Also by male and female genitalia, just like like they're obviously.
I don't know about that one. That one doesn't seem like a real thing.
Safe and secure container will be transferred and marked as for medical. They got their own methods.
That's CIA bait.
Yeah,
Yeah, it definitely seems like bait.
And well, why does that even matter? What's whoever even thinks that was nice, extremely fucking illegal. They're also selling the Logan Paul video. You guys know which one, which is a complete shock. There's like a YouTuber on this list. What was going on? But you know what Logan Paul video I'm talking about.
Can't you just find that on archive.org?
Yes.
Why would you buy that on the dark web? Pretty sure it's on archive.org.
Check out their image proof and like.
Make sure what
You guys don't worry about mental health. A lot of people comment like, no, I'm gonna go play GTA after this, right? But thank you guys so much for this.
Here's the Logan Paul Forest video.
It's the last scene.
I'm pretty sure it's on archive.org.
Like, don't worry about me. Go on with your life. And I'll see you guys. Actually, leave a like on the video. I'll see you guys next time I upload.
Nice. So besides like illegal shit, is there any reason to go on the dark web? I know Mudahar's made a few videos on like other things besides like the worst shit on there, but what else is there? Besides just a bunch of illegal shit. To get around taxes, wait, there's like accountants on there. You can charge for like services to evade taxes or something. That's more just illegal shit though. I'm saying like besides all illegal shit, people just go there to hang out sometimes. Well, if it was made by the Navy, then why the hell was it made if it has a bunch of illegal stuff on it? Well, the reason it has a bunch of illegal stuff on it is because it's the enemy. That's like the whole point of the dark and deep web. As for why it was made, that I don't really know. Probably to get around like surveillance or something maybe, I'm just spitballing. Thinking through one movie right here. See what crimes is caught on Twitch. Off the top of my head, can I think of any crimes? Turkey for Twitch bits and donations. That's probably on here. What else? CSGO Lotto, would that be on here, you think?
Twitch started off as just
Prime Raptor.
a man strapped the camera to his head and would live stream everything that happened to him 24/7. Eventually, the site grew and welcomed people from all over the world to
I
live
used to stream on
The
Justin
company had
TV.
a name change, which we now know as Twitch, and in 2014 was bought out by Amazon for $970 million. First thing I want to do is talk about the horrible Twitch staff. Now, it's very known that Twitch has some, let's say, biased staff. Every
Coming in
other
hot.
like a female streamer gets banned and then unbanned within the same week, whereas a
God
male streamer
damn.
will get banned for the same thing, if not something less harmful, and end up getting permanently banned. This has been proven time and time again, with the most recent case being about Narcissa Wright, a Twitch streamer that literally tweeted out,
Wright.
I want to kill myself at Twitch headquarters.
That story is very sad, honestly.
Banned, and then, what do you know, unbanned a few days later. I mean, if you ask me, that should have been a permanent ban, but no. We see in this tweet here that they're reducing her ban, and basically, you know, she got unbanned, is what I'm trying to say.
Point is, Twitch, I see where your bans come, I see where they come from, but it's like, to me, it's just like, this situation, people at the Twitch headquarters,
should be a permanent ban. Now why? Are the Twitch staff just full of simps? Yeah. And in all honesty, it does seem like Twitch has favorites. Sometimes the reasoning for people getting banned is so stupid, but then if a female does it, again, this is not every...
Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't she rebanned after being... Or... Wasn't she rebanned after being unbanned and then banned again? I'm pretty sure they did correct that mistake. The whole Narcissa Wright story is extremely sad, though. That situation is horrible. I don't think many people know like the whole lore behind Narcissa Wright, but it's a honestly really sad story. Tell it. I can give the clip notes. Back in the early days of Twitch, really Twitch was built on the back of speedrunning for a little while, like Siglimic, Cosmo Wright. Really, the two of them were like pillars of streaming content on Twitch, and started to really get a lot of headlines, and then eventually ADDQ was rolling around, ADDQ started popping up. Cosmo Wright was a prolific speedrunner in Zelda games, Wind Waker, Ocarina of Time, and all of that. And then over time, started to lose interest in speedrunning. I remember, I think it was 2016, Cosmo Wright entered into a Nintendo-sanctioned competition with a guy named John Numbers, where they were playing Mario Maker as a contest. I think Cosmo Wright got blown out and didn't really return to streaming after that, if I recall correctly. And then after that, Cosmo Wright's mental health seemed a little spotty from what people were seeing. Eventually, Cosmo Wright transitions into Narcissa Wright, and from there, the streams that she would do were really focused on like really negative things. It was very like a toxic environment. Eventually, Narcissa stopped streaming for a while, and what I understood is that she just outright stopped altogether. And then she posted that tweet about wanting to kill herself, and then the Twitch staff, which obviously turned a lot of heads. That is like, hey, what the fuck is this? So that's where the story's at. There's a lot more nuance to it, but that's kind of like the Cliff Notes breakdown. That whole story there, a lot of like sad, unfortunate things happened along the way. But since I was so big into watching Siglim and Cosmo, that whole community of speedrunners is something I actively followed for a really long time.
Stephen Heyman. On August 31st, 2018, Stephen Heyman
I don't recognize
John
him.
Pietro, I hope I said that right, were on their way to DragonCon, a convention for gamers, comic
Is that a real thing?
science fiction fans, and more.
Sounds like a joke, like Dragon D's nuts.
This is called IRL streaming. In Atlanta, Georgia, we managed to approach John and pin him to the ground. We can't see much, but we do get a full view of what the man looks like.
JP, just let go. JP, just let go.
What the fuck is happening?
No, JP, just let go of it. JP, just let go of it.
Wow.
You can hear
Well, that was
some
awfully
people
calm.
say, JP, just let go. And this is due to what I'm assuming is John now wanting the man to take his camera, which the man did end up stealing. From the reports I've read, it seems like the man was never caught. The YouTube comments were full of L friend, this dude is such a bad friend, and comments like that. But honestly, that was the best thing to do. You don't know if someone is carrying a knife or a firearm, and your life really isn't worth getting killed over something as simple as a camera or your wallet. When you could just...
Love how the dude didn't help. Bro, you're not gonna just give up the camera. everyone shits on Dale Brown for giving like survival advice for how to like survive in an intense situation and disarm the attacker. You guys give him shit, but the optimal thing to do is to not fight back. Just give your camera. Again, like Tub just said, could have a knife, could have a gun, and that guy's big as fuck. That guy was significantly more jacked than Steven here. Just give up the fucking camera. Like, I guarantee if this guy did fight back and got his ass beat, people would give him much more shit anyway. Or he could have lost his life over it for a camera.
The police officer explains the call and asks Mr. Big for his name. Mr. Big explains that he doesn't need to give him any sort of information.
Oh boy, you went full Reddit.
It's honestly a pretty long and petty back and forth from both of them, up until the cop places Mr. Big under arrest. I would say wrongfully place him under arrest. I mean, they have the right to not say anything. Cops can always arrest you based on suspicion. You know, it didn't seem in the clip like there was any suspicion of anything other than just the way Mr. Big was acting. Anyway, so Mr. Big gets arrested, right? They leave and they close the door. So a few minutes after the arrest, the door opens. Presumably the one that made the complaint walking in and stealing a pair of shoes and a headset. Phone and a watch. I did Mr. Big's situation. No. I survived. That averaged about 5 minutes.
That's fucked! What a galaxy brain scheme here. Fucking supervillain mastermind.
I'm a trooper. Yeah, he was charged. Nice. Career criminal, man. Had a lengthy criminal history. I think he had 3 years for that shit.
I tried looking his name up in like a Washington police directory or something. I checked a lot of websites and I did not find a term across that. Not that I don't believe you, Mr. Big, it's just that I would have liked to pull up his mugshot. Ricky Bot. Ricky Bot was a 43-year-old man who streamed himself playing Pokemon Go.
Oh, yes I do.
Yes, I do, actually. Pokemon Go is a mobile game which required you to go outside in order to catch distance. The man stole 3 cell phones and the camera itself. Ricky Bot was taken to a local hospital with a laceration on the side of his head and a swollen right cheek. That same night, Ricky put out a series of tweets reading, "I got mugged playing Pokemon Go in Central Park. Still talking to police and will go to the hospital soon. My jaw is a mess. Thanks all. My Twitch account got suspended. Literally insult to injury."
Yeah, that's another fucked up thing that Twitch used to do. I don't know if they still do. If a crime gets captured on stream, or like something like that, I guess, where you get your ass beat on stream, they just ban the account outright, which is weird. I remember there was that guy who was involved in a hit and run while streaming. At least I think it was a hit and run. Oh no, there was a streamer who, while streaming IRL, accidentally captured like a shootout. I think it was. Like a guy shot at a car on his stream, and the guy got banned for it. It's really like a weird policy they have in that department when you capture something like that. That's technically against TOS, but you have no control over it, and it would also be good evidence. So I don't know why they'd like take it down. Yeah, that was something they did for all of those kind of cases. I remember that. I don't know if they still do that.
So if I'm streaming, right, I have a malicious friend for some reason in my house, right? He comes in, says a slur, runs out. I'm getting back, right? I hate it so much. And this poor man got pinned down to the ground and robbed. And so just like, oh, nah, that's fine. Take it down. It's like, there's a lot of stuff about Twitch that
that policy is terrible. That is
wondering how
bad.
Now,
how do they justify it? Because I know they even put out a statement about it. I'm kind of curious. Where can I find those guidelines? Again, I don't know if they still do it though. But where can I find it? I'm curious what they did. They don't want people faking it for clout. I remember bits and pieces back to the guy who captured a shooter on stream. I think they said something like, we're doing it to keep the VOD private for everyone involved and sharing it with the police or something. There's some Katamon. I don't remember. If I could just remember what that case was, I'm sure I could find their tweet about it. That clarified. Does anyone remember what it was? Because it was a pretty big one. That one got mainstream attention. The streamer had captured like a shootout on stream, on Twitch. It was valuable information for the crime, and they banned the account, which then made it inaccessible. Was it North Hollywood shootout? Man, what the fuck? This was 1997 North Hollywood shootout. I remember that. This was not Twitch, you fucking asshole. That one, though, changed law enforcement drastically. So, this is totally unrelated to anything we're watching here with the Twitch crimes. This shootout is fucking crazy. So the 2 robbers were armed to the teeth, like full-blown juggernaut from Modern Warfare 2. And they robbed a store. and the police showed up, and they just started blasting. Like, the guys full auto, just letting it all hang loose. Oh, it was a bank. They robbed the bank. Yeah, that's what it was. Robbed the bank, just blasted. And the cops were shooting back, but their handguns weren't powerful enough to pierce their armor. So they couldn't actually stop them. They couldn't actually prevent them from leaving or doing anything. So they just kept walking away, taking bullets from the police while firing back. The police got so desperate for firepower, they started, I believe they raided a nearby gun store for like shotguns and other items, as well as like just trying to find anything with a higher caliber. And it was such a long, drawn-out shootout that post North Hollywood shootout, they started arming police officers much more heavily, like more firepower in their vehicles. It was crazy. The whole thing was captured on helicopter. In fact, the only reason it even ended is because one of the officers got a lucky shot on one of their ankles, because their ankle was slightly exposed, so they hit his ankle, he fell to the floor and knew he was going to be killed, so he took his own life. And then the other one, I think, got really desperate and just started walking at them or something like that. It was something like that. It was great. It was fucking crazy. Thanks to Prime, Megalodon.
The streamer reacts and is then met with a handgun being pointed at his face and he screams. Alright, don't roast his scream, because I'm pretty sure if any of us were in that position, we would not know what to do. So I know you chuckled after that scream. I did too. But like, let's not be too hard on that
normal
scream.
scream,
Scream,
honestly.
It's like quiet. You can hear the kids in the background. The other is beating the streamer repeatedly with brass knuckles, asking where the money is at.
How do people think it's fake then?
Have money, but eventually I did find the name of the streamer, and that's TMoneyMG. It seems he doesn't stream anymore, and I couldn't find a YouTube channel, unless it's the one with 1 subscriber, but I doubt it. I also found his Twitter, and it's extremely botted. 16,000 followers and no likes on his recent tweet. Yeah, a little bit weird. You would think that if he faked this, you would at least get clout from it. And if he faked it, I don't know if you would scream like that on purpose. Plus, why would you put your kids through something like this? I mean,
I don't think it's
a lot
fake.
of people were assuming that the wife set him up because she was too calm. That was stupid too. You can tell she's trying to stay calm for the kids. So
seems like a weird thing to fake if you don't even stream anymore.
Tell the video look.
Someone found it. Found the streamer you're asking about. Look up Bees on My Head TV carjacking. He was banned for getting carjacked while viewers were trying to use the bot to find the guy who robbed him. Twitch came out and clarified their policy in response, stating that streamers are responsible for anything shown on stream. That's exactly what I was thinking of, a carjacking, not a shootout around cars. You're absolutely right. Did he ever get his account back? Because this is like really a hardline stance. Twitch suspended his account for behavior caught on camera and since informed the streamer he won't be getting it back anytime soon. Thanks,
Security breach. No, not the Five Nights at Freddy's game. So 6 months ago, on October 6th, Twitch was hacked and it turned out
this was the
25 gigabytes worth of leaks appeared on Twitch, and that is the source code streamer encrypted password form. We bring to you today an extremely positive news. Twitch is an American video live streaming service that focuses on video game live streaming, including broadcasts of esports competitions operated by Twitch Interactive, a subsidiary of Amazon.com. Their community is also a disgusting, toxic cesspool. Beginnings, mobile, desktop, and video game console Twitch clients, creator payouts from 2019 until now. Find out how much your favorite streamer is really making, and then they link.
Did they ever release the second part to this?
Bezos paid $970 million for this. We're giving it away for free. Hashtag do better Twitch. Though a bunch of stuff got leaked, people mainly focused on how much their favorite streamers were making. I mean, your passwords were at stake, so people were, kind of mad at him. He's a millionaire. We all know he's a millionaire.
Oh, that was a surprise to everybody.
They didn't make sense. It's really funny because a lot of Twitch streamers have their sub count like on the top of their head. They're letting
that doesn't mean anything though.
It takes a little bit of math. They claim that a part 2 was coming out, but that never happened. It was an ex-Twitch employee or a Twitch employee. They were going to be fired.
I doubt it was an ex-Twitch employee.
Alright, before I go, I'm just going to end this off with a big bang. I'm sure you guys remember the whole Save the Kids thing.
Who could forget?
Crypto was, I wouldn't say at its peak. I would say at its peak popularity within the internet culture, there were a lot of influencers really taking advantage of this. This doesn't even count the NFT thing, right? This is crypto. Crypto and NFTs are very similar, but they are different, right?
Bitcoin versus NFTs.
There were a lot of influencers promoting a bunch of scam coins, and once their fans would buy the coins, they would quickly just take all the money, dip, the coin, no value. I mean, even Adrian Ross admitted to doing this.
Yeah, by the way, that milk toast
I
you
can't
want back.
remember this one.
I already told you guys, don't buy that shit. I got paid a bag to do that shit. Like, I don't give a fuck. How many of you guys actually bought it?
Oh my god.
Which was Ice Poseidon. Now, Ice Poseidon used to be very
Yeah,
popular on Twitch.
we know this
In
one.
case you guys haven't heard of him, he's very popular for getting swatted. Yeah, that's what he's known for. He once got swatted on an airplane.
I actually don't know if I'm allowed to watch his story on Twitch. We all know this one though. He openly admitted to stealing $300,000 or $500,000 from a shitcoin that he was pumping. It was very open. Watch it? No, I'll just explain it. I made a whole video on it when it happened. Ice Poseidon was pumping a shitcoin. Somehow his community bought into it. He ran away with 300 to 500,000. I don't remember what number it was, but it was somewhere in that ballpark. And he then went on CoffeeZilla's channel and openly said, yeah, I took the money. I was worried the coin was going to lose some value, so I thought I might as well take the money before it hits zero. And he was just very open and honest. And then CoffeeZilla said, hey, why don't you just give the money back since you still have it? I see it in your wallet, you can give the money back. And he said, I could, but I don't want to. Yep. It was fucking crazy.
Alright folks, there you can see the tournament bracket completely filled.
Oh, spoilers, we didn't get to see this one.
Incredible tournament it has been.
That hasn't been posted yet.
In our quarterfinal matchup,
Oh shit.
4 big matchups. Our final round between Shamokin Thunderclap, 5'6", and White Simba, 6'5".
Oh, that's like me versus Matt. What? Holy shit. I didn't realize that White Simba was that tall. I mean, I knew he was tall, but I had no clue he was that tall. Oh, they didn't even post the Shamokin Thunderclap versus Battle Axe. Battle Axe might have like withdrawn. 5'6" versus 6'5". David versus Goliath. Okay, okay. Yeah, it looks like Battle Axe didn't come back, which is why Shamokin went straight through. Time? We too, Mr. Banger, up to 5 most disturbing videos taken in an attic.
Of course, they'll usually be dismissed as house selling noises. Because who would ever imagine that someone or something would actually be on the attic, or God forbid, out the room? Like,
ooh, hold on, before this gets going, I think I already know what he's going to show. He's going to show that one we watched a while ago from Inside Edition, where the neighbor made a secret passage into their attic in order to watch them sleep. And the guy put in like a GoPro camera to watch him, and it's just like this weird bald guy who looks like Schmeagol from Lord of the Rings, just like crawling through and looking down at them. You guys are... Man looked like he was perpetually covered in a thick film of grease. And then he got arrested, and I think the punishment was he's not allowed to do that again. Like, I don't think he went to jail or anything, he's not allowed to go back to their house. Basically, hey, did you not go into their attic? He got caught because the father noticed one night that there was a light coming from his attic, and it was the guy with the flashlight looking down or something. It was crazy. It was wild. It was too orchestration.
these videos mainly to install cameras. Rome and Ashley.
Hey, this is the one. Immediately into it. Yes. This is the one I was talking about.
Their heads in their own home. The row house next door that would be renovated was owned by 73-year-old Robert Hamburlo.
He literally looks like a guy that would be crawling in attics. Like, this is the attic boogeyman. It's like he was born in there and never left. So he keeps trying to find his way back. Yeah, fuck yeah. Immediately into this one.
Very reclusive and known to keep to himself. Rome was in bed one night and heard noises above him in the attic. His exit noises that were just house noises.
Yep, there it is.
Was up there. And he noticed a light shining through a tent, as if it was searching for a place to look through. So Jerome installed a surveillance camera in his attic. A later, while on scene, the first thing Robert.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Power trip. also found evidence around holes in the common wall between the two row houses. Shapes indicate that Robert Delaney was drilling holes through the wall. Cops were called, and Robert was charged with stalking and trespassing, which he pled not guilty to. Robert's attorney made a statement that his client had no bad intentions. He claims he was in the attic for maintenance reasons connected to his renovations, not to keep on that door noise with anything malicious.
Yeah, he looks like he's renovating up there. No. You see, Your Honor, my client was actually up there looking for lost Pokemon cards. With the recent boom in prices, he realized his grandchildren must have had some good ones that he stored in the attic at one point. There was nothing weird about it. And the fact that he had a flashlight while looking through the pipe into the neighbor's house is truly just a coincidence and a misunderstanding.
Anybody with half a brain would know this is BS. Many holes drilled in the common wall and through the ceiling in the attic were without a doubt meant to spy on his neighbors. Strangely enough, Robert was aware of the camera that the owner placed, as he is right now.
God, it's like an alien.
So why did this?
It's like a baby alien.
The window doesn't provide a good view of what it could be. He decides to go outside for a better view. This is what he sees.
Oh, it's gonna be Slender Man. I feel it. Oh, well, this shit is fake. Damn. Was it something from a Studio Ghibli movie? What am I looking at?
Hey.
He's half ahead of what looks to be either some kind of creature or perhaps somebody wearing a mask.
Oh my god! It's La Llorona!
Information was known of this video. Was it some kind of creature? Some people in the comments were saying owl. Others think it was a person in a mask.
Man, what the fuck?
Possibly trying to break into the house.
Man, what the fuck? An owl? Bro, what kind of... What? It's just a staged YouTube video. I don't think any fucking owl looks like that.
His dad sounded concerned. He told him to go upstairs and check on the hot water heater, which is actually in their attic. Very uncommon. Steven's dad was worried that something was wrong with the water heater and that the sounds he was hearing were coming from it. So Steven obliged and proceeded to go up into the attic, but not without recording.
Well, that's another fake one. Mr. Nightmare has always done, like, real shit from everything we've seen. And the first video here was real, but the last couple here have been fake. Or at least this one seems like it's about to be fake.
Steven checked the water heater and saw that it was completely fine. He then appeared to be leaving the attic, and that's when he heard a sound that caught his attention. As Steven heard something come from inside a large, long box, he took a closer look at it and saw someone's eye.
He's just trying to use his imagination like SpongeBob and Patrick. Leave him alone. I would have stomped that box flat. No, you would not. You would not. I know for a fact you wouldn't. I don't know you personally, but I know you wouldn't. Assuming that's real, there's not a single goddamn person in this chat that would have, like, fought that guy. All of you would have run. No way. You're not like the hero of an anime. I know, I do this too. Everyone comes up with these, like, crazy scenarios. I would stop a school shooting if I was there. I would charge him and then disarm him using Dale Brown's kung fu techniques from the Detroit Survival Fitness. I would be the man to do it. But you wouldn't. You just wouldn't.
So the man decides to go up there with a lighting camera and check it out.
Is that Ray William Johnson?
The man looks around for several minutes, but doesn't see anything out of the ordinary. As the wife is clearly very distressed and scared, the man maintains a calm, reassuring demeanor about the situation.
What's going on with the audio? They're going through a tunnel? Oh, wait, that was actually Gollum. That is literally Gollum.
It appears to be the wrinkled, gray face of an old man, peering down at the couple for a very brief moment with an eerie expression. It quickly disappears back into the darkness above, going undetected by the couple. Some people believe that it may have been a homeless elderly man who was taking refuge in the couple's attic.
No, I don't think it is. I don't. This is like a weird stock asset of, I guess, Dobby the house elf. That is not a wrinkly old man. This dude, like, looked down the ladder like a boss fight in Dark Souls. He just, like, swung his head over out of nowhere. It's not like a wrinkly old man. Plus, the guy that went in the attic would have seen him. God, oh, it's like an infrared. I feel like I'm in the city right now.
That Modern Warfare mission is about war.
This video is sponsored by...
Website was created by Craig on 1990.
Holy shit, wait, that's the Craig? That's Mr. List himself? I've never looked up the history of Craigslist. I thought it was just like a random name they pulled out. Craig is super standard, like very generic NPC kind of shit. Nice.
But you'd be surprised to know that in 2018,
I didn't know that.
the website had at least 60 million monthly users in the US alone. So with all these people interacting on the site, it's no doubt that some horrible ones slip through the cracks. Welcome to the dangerous world of Craigslist criminals. Philip Markoff. Philip Markoff.
Wasn't there a guy who put his nudes in a desk he sold on Craigslist? It's fucking big brain. I mean, maybe, probably, I guess. I don't know if he did it on purpose, man. He was just selling his desk and probably just forgot about his dick pics, man. Was that like a big story or something? I could absolutely imagine that happening, and shit probably happens at garage sales all the time.
Though, you know anything about murders, it's that they look at. It was a big,
Not always.
white male that was
Sometimes they look exactly like what you think
smart
they
guy. Not only was he good, but he was incredibly smart when it came to schooling, as he was in the National Honor Society. Though he wasn't as smart when it came to hiding evidence. Let me explain.
Hey, fun fact, I was also in the National Honor Society.
The erotic services section set up dates with
But I don't really use Craigslist.
advertising themselves in the Boston area, escorts, and robbed them at gunpoint. Though one sadly ended up being killed, which was Wesley Place. Once he entered, he pointed a pistol at her, handcuffed her with zip ties, and robbed her. Keep in mind, this dumbass wasn't wearing a mask. Not only that, but he was wearing black gloves to cover his fingerprints. So he insisted on his phone number from Trisha's phone. And I guess the gloves are too fixed and get it really tight, so he removed the gloves to type the fingers on the phone. Godmother, he then tied her to the doorknob.
Alright.
Taking her mouth shut.
What a strat.
Fingerprints on full tape. He also took a knife out of his pocket and cut the hotel phone lines. He stole $800 in cash and her credit cards. He also picked up some of her underwear that was on the floor, but in his pocket and left 4 days.
Oh, a little car freshener.
2009.
Toss the fumes.
Age 25. Became Markov's second victim. She was an aspiring model in New York City and was described as a truly happy party girl who liked having fun. Just like Trisha, she also advertised herself in the erotic services section on Craigslist. Police believe that he immediately pulled a gun on her once he entered the room. Got at least one past the tie on her wrist. She fought back and things escalated quickly. Pistol whipped her on the head and then shot her 4 times. He said Jesus had to kill her. He had no weapons. Getting caught. One of the listeners was sarcastic authorities explained that she had his idea. Detectives traced the IP to an apartment belonging to Philip Markoff, a 23-year-old med student at Boston University, getting fiance at the time. Nothing about what he was up to on Craigslist. He was arrested shortly after. During trial, he pleaded not guilty, which was dumb, because detectives found the gun used to murder Melissa in his room with his fingerprints on it.
Oh, circumstantial evidence.
In August 15, 2010, 1 year and 1 day after his wedding would have taken place, Markoff was found dead in his cell, getting used a knife from a pen and a piece of metal to cut arteries in his ankles, legs, and neck.
Jesus, goddamn.
Tied in a plastic bag over his head with gauze.
This dude did 8 different suicides.
So, in jail, it would have been a happy ending, but sadly, that's it's been permanent, right? Move on to the next one.
God damn. That's like 8 different ways of killing himself. My God, he used every ounce of that med student knowledge. Jesus. How long ago ago was that? What year did he say? I imagine this had to be during like the height of Craigslist. Because I remember like, they're all, 2009, is that what it was? Okay. I remember back in, God, it must have been high school. When was the big Craigslist killer that got a lot of press? I think it was high school. And when that happened, everyone was like, yeah, it sounds about right for Craigslist. Do people still use it for services and shit? Like, do people still advertise this kind of shit on there? Like I said, I haven't used it in a while. Yeah, they do. God, it's gotta be the riskiest shit ever. Why? Bro, just fucking, like, pass out flyers at a gas station or something. You're a lot better off. Because even in high school, all of us were like, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what you'd expect from Craigslist services. Just a bunch of fucking psychopaths. I don't know why you would trust that. It's terrible. It's scary. I use it for cars. Well, yeah, you can buy shit from Craigslist, man. I don't think you're gonna run into a guy who's gonna, like, fuck your shit up over a beat-up bug or anything. Like, you can probably buy cars if you want. I'm talking about the services category.
Anne-Marie Linscott. In November 2007,
Why does that name
three
sound so
California
familiar?
residents were searching Craigslist for a job opportunity. During the email exchange, Linscott, who was a Michigan resident, asked each of the three individuals responding to an advertisement to quote-unquote eradicate blood in Oroville, California. Yes, she put up a hitman ad on Craigslist. She provided additional information on
big word for that, eradicate.
of the victim.
That's not just like kill or
Linscott had
that's big.
In April of 2007, things began getting extremely scary. A Molotov cocktail with a fume was found under the bed of the man's wife, named Carol. The Craigslist ad we were talking about was named
Molotov cocktail time bomb?
Assassins to eradicate a 56-year-old woman from Oroville named Carol. The price, $5,000. An extremely popular public website. Anne-Marie, you should watch these videos right here in case you really want to hire a hitman. I mean, videos talking about it, that was a joke.
True, he does give like tutorials, I guess.
And also watch Dangerous Will reports on criminals. So those three people that engaged in ads, the authorities, and then authorities got the FBI involved. Anne-Marie Linscott was sentenced to 151 months in prison, aka 12 and a half years. That means she was released last year in 2021.
Wow.
So Anne-Marie, if you're watching this, let me tell you right now, Craigslist isn't the way to go. It's not really what the cool confusing part. If you want to get on a website that everyone uses to hire hitmen, they go to tubmerch.creator-swing.com.
Oh, what a plug.
That website, like you get hitman Brown. Jason Brown was a 25-year-old man in 2014 who was trying to grill out of a doctor's dog some figures of cultures and torturing them until death. I won't be getting into details on how exactly were recorded and everything. The recordings were only seen by the judge, the lawyers, and a detective. But in the video, Brown can be heard saying that this was his house of pain and he wanted to turn them into fur coats. Brown is heard saying in one of the recordings that he found dogs on Craigslist and looked for, quote, pets free on the ads. So he would just go and search them. He claimed that he couldn't remember who made the ads because he was injecting heroin, methamphetamine, and cocaine during more than a 2-month-long binge. The recordings were taken by Brown as well as...
No, then he can't be held accountable.
Jason Brown was sentenced to 28 years in prison.
Hey, fuck yeah.
As you said, that's it? Yeah, I know, right? I don't know. This fucker deserves life in prison.
That's so much more than I thought it would be. Usually animal crimes are like days in prison. So that's huge. Like, that's big in that world. Typically, like, we watched the video not long ago. Well, a better example, the YouTube cat killer, the guy that murdered cats on video and used to just post them freely on YouTube. That guy only saw jail for like a day. I don't even know if he saw jail, I'm just assuming, because I don't remember now. But like, that shit does not carry hefty sentences usually. So at least that guy got a fat one. I still haven't seen Don't Fuck With Cats. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the YouTuber. I even made a video on him like a year or whatever ago. I forgot his name. Pollution, I think. Yeah, that's what Pollution. That kid, like, he wasn't in jail for any length of time at all. Luke Magnotta started as an animal killer and then didn't he murder a human being? I always think that someone that's like murdering and decapitating and bathing in the blood of animals and whatever always deserves heftier penalties in prison because there's such a strong correlation with that behavior and becoming a real serial killer. So like someone like Pollution Entertainment, that guy should still be in jail for a long time. Luke Magnotta got his victim from Craigslist as well. Jesus Christ, really? Sunny V2 makes these great videos on a bunch of different topics that I always find interesting. Lil Xan was a rapper, I guess. I don't know if he does anymore, but Lil Xan's biggest claim to fame was he was a guy who almost died from overdosing on flaming hot Cheetos. And I remember he got sent to the emergency room because of eating too many flaming hot Cheetos, and that changed the way I approach snacks forever. So we have quite a few here that I've stockpiled, because I think all of these are pretty interesting. I don't know Chase, though, but I was talking to Sonny like a month or so ago, and he has been blowing up. And this JS one went wild. So I'm assuming JS must be a pretty big creator that did some fucked up shit. So I figured this would be fun to learn about, a little internet drama.
Despite having incredibly uncontroversial content,
You're at a house party and you got a drink in your hand, don't hold it up here by your chest. Try to hold it more down towards your head. This will make you seem more open and confident, and people will be more willing to come up and talk to you.
Not true. You could just be a giant fucking loser and you can put that beer bottle up your butthole, it's not gonna help. So bad advice. Stop giving people false hope. You might just suck. And you have to accept that.
You're gonna throw a fit because I didn't make you my priority?
after a petition to ban OnlyJS from TikTok garnered over 400,000 signatures, it'd be safe to say this is a contender for the platform's most hated creator.
Did the petition work? Petitions have always, historically been incredibly effective. She's gone up 4,200,000. Exactly 4 million followers. Bro, these petitions are so effective. Not bad.
Did you know that your birth month actually has a huge effect on who you are as a person and the things that could possibly happen to you?
Yo, did you know that your birth month actually has a huge effect on you and the things that can happen to you in your life?
People born in March are way more likely to have asthma, and I can actually speak to this one because my little sister, the only one born in March, had asthma.
What the fuck are you talking about? What? Is that real? Like, these are things she actually believes in? Or is this like some kind of TikTok meme I don't understand? Who the fuck actually believe that? Why do people just want to disregard basic reasoning? Jesus Christ. Astrology is one thing, it's harmless. You can believe in astrology, but it doesn't matter, whatever. Like, zodiacs dictate who you fall in love with, whatever, your lottery numbers, it doesn't matter, it's harmless. But do people parade it around as actual real things, like your birth month changes you? Or has an effect on your life? I don't know why people actually believe in that shit.
Jonathan responded by saying he can simply found information on Google, and as a result, OnlyJS was ranked and optimized over them stating that she is I have a hard time dealing with negativity. I still don't know what to do. I think I've done everything wrong. Maybe you do, but awesome. I will see it.
What are they talking about? It's not even real anything. It's fucking nonsense. You got this information from a Google source. Oh my god. Holy shit, there was a full-on Netflix. Nice. Yeah, TikTok is just its own little ecosystem of degeneracy.
This mind noticed the guys that got back approximately 6 months later, and all messages were done up to cases and taking some steps.
Oh, what the fuck was that? What is... Oh, yuck. Uh-oh. Oh. The abortion didn't work. Oh, boy. She's really going full-blown Xbox Live here. Dropping the racism. Oh, my. This is outrageous. On TikTok? Oh. This is the heated gamer message. Shit got crazy. She went fucking insano style. I wonder what the controversy was. What sparked this message? Wasn't there something to how did she respond?
There were a couple of comments in support of OnlyJS, however, as a whole, let's read the chance for this one.
Oh my god, she's in a Rolls Royce. Is this where she did her Starlight, okay? So she was born rich? That's nuts. I thought they had a patent on this. We watched a whole video on the dog shit Rolls Royce does. I thought they had a literal patent on being able to do this in the interior of a car. Now I saw it. Not military, it's custom. Custom. Okay, I see. Alright, maybe I'm misremembering the video, but I remember Rolls-Royce made a huge deal about their ability to put stars in the roof interior, and being the only ones allowed to do it. If I remember correctly, they had a full-time star guy. His whole job is putting stars that light up in the roof of Rolls-Royces. I'm pretty sure they must have some kind of patent or like a stranglehold on the technology. They have one designated Grandmaster Star board. You're right, so she did this DIY.
Oh, that's just that's just what is this song? Just was like wow.
State of being so plus. Wait, was that Carol's college student now? I don't know. I don't know. Why aren't you crying? Where's your daughter? Well, not really. The consequences were 4 million new followers, actually. You can walk away pretty strong.
First book that I decided to pick up was How to Be Anti-Racist by Dr. Burton.
What?
This will force readers that think that they're not racist and read something better.
It's like British. She didn't know what she was talking about. What? I know my mom was talking about this.
I understand this here. Into the cold water. You need to buy a book on how not to be racist. You've already failed. I think you're already too far gone. What the fuck? Hey guys, I just picked up this book on why murder isn't awesome. And it was a real eye-opener for me. Like, it made some points that I never even really stopped to consider. And I think if any of you are considering murder, you might want to check out this book. Like, it really lays through the other direction. It's just...
I am sorry for basically forcing you to do that. I just have a very chaotic schedule and ADHD on top of that, so I genuinely just forgot. And it wasn't me trying to avoid you. You could have just hit me up again, but instead you decided to go public and try to add public pressure onto me, and that's not cool. So I don't want to avoid you. You're gonna put it on me. In your voicemail, you said I should have
every time you see a robbery in a movie or something, it's always super impressive. They'll have like these incredibly well laid out plans, full blown Ocean's 11 type shit, where they'll have like a getaway driver, 15 aerospace engineers on standby just in case they need them. They'll have like Jimmy Neutron in the lab cook up some crazy device to break into the big vault for millions of dollars, and it just always seems like, damn, you have to be a galaxy brain, 10-digit IQ mastermind in order to be a professional criminal. But then when you watch like a heist or a robbery in the real world, it's nothing like the movies most of the time. The plans are laid out in crayon 3 seconds before executing, and they're not looking at building blueprints. They turn their brain off and just go fucking wacky. They get Insano style. So like they'll just run in there, like grab like fuck.
Yeah, I told you. I have your pound. And I'm on my way right now. Yeah. No, I'm yeah. Oh. No, sorry. I just dropped my bag up right now. Hey, officer, working hard or hardly working?
Trying to think.
Oh, You're a gentleman and a scholar. Yeah. That's not mine. I don't know whose that is, dude. That's not mine. That's not mine. I'm from out of town. Do you guys have any real good places to get some food around here? I was just meet a friend somewhere. Oh, okay. Would you recommend anything specific? Oh, yeah. Oh, so I'll check that out. Coffee sounds good. Ooh, I've heard of that. I'll check that out. Okay, I'll check it out. I appreciate it, girls. Thank you. Yes. I have the munchies right now, so that's what I'm trying to go eat for. No, yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, sorry I'm late. I'll be there soon. Oh. Drop my pot. Yeah. Thank you, officer. You're a good man and a scholar. Oh. Got a hole in my bag, dude. Yeah, right. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yo, you saved me $4,000 of weed.
Yeah, I was looking at it.
Oh, for real? Yeah. I pretty much run these streets. That's why I just walk around with it and stuff.
Yeah. You ready to catch another?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah? Come on, you're a guard?
Oh, yeah. No. One day I'll be on your level. Oh, you do tattoos? Yeah. Oh, sick, dude. Appreciate that. Beautiful day, huh? I need to fix that hole in my bag, dude. I swear. It keeps on falling out. Everybody.
This is Dr. Bell. Today's question is, what's the case of Aaron and Tina Klaus and their daughter, Holly Marie Klaus? Just a reminder that I'm not using things speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to the channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I will put a link to Patreon in the description of this video. First, I'll look at the background of this case, then I'll do a timeline of time for my analysis. Harold Dean Klaus Jr. was born on June 7, 1960. He went by his middle name, Dean. He grew up with his family in Houston Beach, Florida. His father died when he was young. He appears to have been active in the Jesus movement. I'll talk more about this religious movement in the analysis. Toward the end of the 1970s, Dean started dating a 15-year-old named Tina Gale Lynn. Tina was born on September 21, 1963. Like Dean, she also lived in Houston Beach, Florida. Also like Dean, Tina lost her father when she was young. Dean's sister was dating Tina's brother, which may explain how the couple met. June 25, 1979, Dean and Tina married at the Lucia County courthouse. About 7 months later, January 24, 1980, they had a daughter named Holly Marie. The couple originally planned to raise their daughter in the area, then decided to move to Texas after Dean found a job with a construction company. In summer of 1980, Dean borrowed his mother's 1978 two-door GMC convoy and drove to Texas with his wife Eleanor. GMC did not exactly make a reputation as far as quality. They marketed the Concord as a luxury vehicle, which meant that the driver would enjoy exceptional comfort as they retraced their route on the highway, looking for parts that belonged to their car. After arriving in Texas, the couple lived in Louisville with Dean's cousin, and soon they found their own residence. Tina mailed letters to her family. Her last one arriving in December of 1980 Tina were having a tough time financially, but were otherwise doing well. At some point not long after this, the couple was murdered. Their remains were found in the woods just north of Houston, Texas, by a dog. Sometime between January 6 and January 11, 1981, the location of their bodies was about 250 miles south of where they had lived. The only physical evidence other than the remains identified at the crime scene was a towel with blood evidence on it. The police believe that they were murdered between December 1980 and early January 1981. The authorities did not know who they were at that time. They only knew that the male victim had been beaten to death. The female victim had been strangled. The case of this double homicide went cold. Sometime around when the couple went missing, two women who were barefoot and members of a nomadic religious group dropped Holly off at a church in Arizona. They explained that their religion called for the separation of male and female members, not using or wearing leather goods, and being vegetarian. They further indicated they had once given up a baby at a laundromat. It's not clear why the women mentioned the laundromat part. Maybe they were trying to impress people at the church with their experience, like their baby dropping skills were so renowned that they could even pull off the laundromat venue. The police believe that the religious group that the women belonged to had operated in California, Arizona, and possibly Texas. A few weeks after the couple's families lost touch with them, the woman identifying herself as Sister Susan contacted Dean's family by telephone and said her religious group wanted to return the AMC convoy. Sister Susan offered to drive the vehicle from Los Angeles, California, back to Florida for a generous donation of $1,000. Dean's family agreed, but they also contacted the police. $1,000 to drive the car out was a lot, considering that vehicle only cost $4,000 brand new, and it was 3 years old. The religious group arranged to meet Dean's family at the Daytona Speedway. Sister Susan and two younger women arrived at the vehicle. The male group member was present. He had long hair, dressed in religious-looking robes. They appeared to be members of the same group who dropped off Holly, but of course that connection had not been made yet. Only Sister Susan spoke to Dean's family. She told them that Dean and Tina joined their religious group and didn't want to have any contact with their families. In addition, they had given up all their possessions. Investigators would later say that they believe the police had taken the group members into custody, but no records have been located yet. The police told Dean's mother that it appeared as though Dean was missing entirely. So it appears as though they didn't really do much in terms of investigation. The families of Dean and Tina did not know what happened to them or to their daughter, Holly. They only knew that she was missing, along with her parents. In January 2022, the remains of Dean and Tina were identified using genetic genealogy. In June of 2022, the authorities found the couple's daughter, 42-year-old Holly Marie Klaus, alive and well. Efforts were made to reunite her with the Klaus and Lynn families. The people who raised Holly were not considered suspects by the police. The investigation into the double homicide of her parents is continuing. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts on a few items that stood out to me in this case. Item number one is the Jesus movement, which I talked about before in the background. This was an evangelical Christian movement that emerged sometime around 1969 on the West Coast. Members of this movement were often referred to as Jesus people. On occasion, they were referred to as Jesus freaks. That's what Dean's family had called them. The movement comprised a number of independent groups that had similar beliefs, as opposed to being a unified and organized church. Here are a few attributes and beliefs of the group members. Many of the members were nomadic. They wandered throughout the United States, Central America, and Europe. Although some of the groups did operate traditional churches, like with a physical location and services. The majority of the members were young people, some were considered hippies. Many of the members struggled with regulating their intake of substances. Psychedelics and marijuana were among the preferred drugs. The members believed in living in a manner similar to early Christians. For example, the members embraced the nomadic lifestyle, often lived in poverty, and some of them did not believe in having possessions.
The Jesus movement was considered to be a revival that resulted in the conversion of many people to the Christian faith. The movement subsided substantially in the late 1970s. However, technically it was active to the late 1980s. Item number 2. Was the Jesus movement involved in the case of Dean, Tina, and Holly? The behavior of the women who dropped off Holly and delivered the car is consistent with the Jesus movement. For example, they didn't like possessions, had robes on, and were barefoot. These behaviors connect to an early Christian lifestyle. When considering Dean's involvement with the Jesus movement prior to his relationship with Tina, I think it's reasonable to believe that Dean and Tina became active in this religious group. The couple was young, struggled financially, and had a sense of adventure. Item number 3, if members of the Jesus movement were involved in this case, were they involved in the double homicide? The timing of key elements in this case presents a real problem for figuring out who was responsible. It's not clear if Dean and Tina were alive when their daughter was given to the church or when the car was returned in Florida. All the events happened around the same time, but the order of events is not known. The couple could have abandoned their daughter and their vehicle when they ran off with the religious group, only to be murdered shortly after. Or they could have been murdered, and that's how the religious group members gained control of their daughter and car. With this in mind, let's look at the evidence before and against the idea that the group members were involved in the murders. Starting with the inculpatory evidence. The members had the couple's daughter. It's unlikely the couple would have voluntarily given up their daughter. The members had possession of the couple's vehicle. There's no indication that the couple no longer wanted the car. Sister Susan made comments suggesting that the couple no longer wanted contact with their families. It's kind of like she was saying, don't bother looking for them. Now moving to the exculpatory evidence, it doesn't make sense that whoever killed the couple would have spared their daughter only to give her away. There have been cases where someone murdered a parent or parents to get a child to raise as their own. I cannot recall any case where someone murdered a child's parents only to give the child away. Doing that is a good way to get caught with a murder and runs contrary to the motive of raising the child themselves. Similarly, the behavior of the vehicle does not seem to be consistent with murder. They could have sold the vehicle to someone else or simply disposed of it. If they did commit the murders, making contact with family members of one of the victims is a great way to get arrested. When considering the evidence, do I think the religious group was involved in the murders? Well, as I mentioned, the order of events is crucial here. If the murder took place first, then I think it's likely that the religious group members were involved. Like they committed the homicides, then took the couple's daughter and car. If the murder took place afterward, then the group members may still have been responsible, but it seems less likely. Motive is another real problem in this case. Most likely motive would have been someone wanting to attack Tina. Perhaps Dean was killed because he was in the way. The police who examined the crime scene believe that Dean was trying to protect Tina, which is consistent with this theory. What may have happened here is that one of the group members went rogue and killed the couple. The other group members had nothing to do with it. They were just left to pick up the pieces, and they did the best they could. It's unusual that they lied about the couple being alive, but that alone doesn't mean they were guilty. Now moving to the last item, number 4. The most astounding element of this case is the fact that Holly Marie Klaus was found alive over 40 years after her parents were murdered. At the time making this video, it's not clear what Holly knew about her upbringing. That information has not been released. Did she know that people who raised her were not her biological parents? Was she ever told the stories about the women who dropped her off at the church? From those stories, was she able to piece together that biological parents may have been part of the religious group? Regardless of what she did or did not know, Holly has a lot of information to process. She has been given news that no one would ever expect to hear. Those are my thoughts on the case of Dean, Tina, and Holly Klaus. Please put any opinions and thoughts in the comments section. They always generate interesting dialogue. As always, if you found my analysis of this topic to be informative, thanks for watching. Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today's question is, can I analyze the case of Dr. Anthony Garcia? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anything. We speculating about what could happen in a situation like this. If you enjoy this video, please like it, subscribe to the channel, and consider supporting me on high school in 1991 and went to California State University, where he graduated with average grades. In May 1999, he graduated with a medical degree from the University of Utah. His grades were poor. He entered a family practice residency at a hospital in Albany, New York, but was fired for a variety of reasons, including being lazy and arrogant. In July 2000, Anthony started playing at a great university campus. The president of the Oncology Department is a 4-year program. First, Anthony members believed his hard work and diligence. Over time, they started to tap his abilities and professionalism. They found him to be mature and disrespectful. One of the physicians in the department, Chandra Future, punished Anthony for she was not amused with his behavior. This left an impression on him. Anthony also made deposits with 2 other physicians in the oncology department, including Hunter. Hunter loved that. Initially, the faculty tried to remove Anthony. Eventually, they told him his contract would not be renewed after his first year. Anthony managed to talk his way into a second chance. She's smaller after harassing a fellow resident. Anthony was fired within months of his residency. Both Hunter and Hunter had a slight discrimination. 2 months later, Anthony found another following residency in Eastern Chicago. His performance there was superior to C. In addition, he started acting like Goth problems like migraine headaches and depression. He was treated by physicians and medical professionals, incurring about $8,000 in bills. He was fired from Hunter Anthony. His parents. In 2005, he filed for bankruptcy. In 2007, he successfully to a psychiatry residency. Recently, he took second weight unless you can. They checked into his background and realized that he lied on his application. He was fired from residency in February 6, 2008. Now moving on to timeline of events. On March 13, 2008, Anthony was tried for arrest. This was just 16 days after he was fired. In June, sometime around 3:30 p.m., he drove his silver Honda CRV from the residence of Hunter to the house of his time whose eleven-year-old son was robbed. A 57-year-old speeder named Marshall Shep. A neighbor noticed the Honda CRV stood in and stopped it as if to try to screen the casuals. He then noticed the exact number state license plates. The neighbor later found the driver was Green. Anthony went to the parking lot of the house and knocked on Frank Marshall. Police would later say that it was Tom who answered the door. Charlie was upstairs cleaning. Using knives from the ultraviolet kitchen, Anthony murdered Tom and Shirley. When Hunter arrived at 5:45 p.m., he noticed that Shirley's white doors were still marked like that door. After walking into the house, he saw Shirley face down on the floor with a knife in her neck. He then ran around the house until he found Tom, who was also dead and had a knife in his neck. He called 911. It takes 5 minutes to get to the investigation. Tom and Shirley arrived at his grandmother's house. It was curious that the received so much attention from that area. Tommy was stolen from the house and was no indication of stolen. No DNA or fingerprints were found in the house. Only one suspect. The police admitted to his neck was literally a silver electrical CRV. Anthony's question about his apartment with his son, Shirley. They did mention that they were asleep. Question. Police called up a lot of leads. They never looked like Anthony. Furthermore, even with Tom, they had had contact with a night video game supervisor. Police did not know which victim was the primary target. They investigated many connections to other victims. They did not have any success. One theory was that somebody was trying to get back at either William or his wife, who was also a physician. This makes it even more surprising that the police didn't investigate Anthony Garcia. As the case went cold, the leading theory was that a serial killer was the culprit. Over the next several years, Anthony found and lost a number of other jobs, including one in a federal prison in Terre Haute, Indiana. He lost that job for alcohol use and other problems. Now we move to May 12, 2013, over 5 years after the murders at the Hunter family residence. Anthony Garcia was back in Omaha, Nebraska. This time he was driving a black Mercedes SUV. He stopped by the residence of Chandra Butra, who, as I mentioned, was a physician at Crichton, who Anthony did not get along with. Anthony tried to break in through the French doors at the back of her house at 2:16 p.m., but he heard the alarm and fled. Chandra was not in the house at that time. 10 minutes later, Anthony stopped at a restaurant and purchased a meal, because nothing works up an appetite like attempted murder. About a half hour later, he searched his phone for Roger Rumbach, another physician who worked at Crichton. Again, Roger and William signed Anthony's termination letter. Anthony found his address and made his way to Roger's residence, which was occupied by Roger and his wife Mary. Anthony went to the front door and knocked or rang the doorbell. Roger answered. Anthony produced a Smith & Wesson SD9 semi-automatic pistol and pointed it at Roger. The men struggled for the weapon. Anthony fired the gun 3 times before the magazine release was pressed. This was probably a product of the struggle and not intentional. The magazine fell down by the front door. Roger had been struck with all 3 bullets. He was mortally wounded or dead at this point. Roger's wife Mary made her way to the front of the house, probably because she heard all the commotion. Anthony hit her with the gun so hard, the weapon broke. He went to the kitchen and found a knife. He started attacking Mary. She attempted to defend herself. Ultimately, he killed her by stabbing her repeatedly in the right side of the neck. Before leaving the house, Anthony stabbed Roger in the neck as well. He never bothered to retrieve the magazine and had fallen near the front door. On May 14th, days after the murders, the was black at the residence. They found the magazine by the front door after it was stolen. The circumstances felt a little bit more homicide than their usual job. Therefore, they decided to call the police. Bodies were discovered. Police realized that Hunter Rumbach was a physician. They made the connection between this and in addition, Chandra Butra found out about the murders and notified the police about the attempted break-in in her residence. Police realized that they had 3 separate incidents that were connected to the same apartment, Crichton. They were fairly certain that someone who had worked in the pathology department was responsible for the murders. Police noticed that Anthony Garcia's name kept coming up as far as disciplinary problems. In addition to being connected to Crichton, police realized that Anthony could be connected to the murders in March of 2008. The neighbor who had seen the silver CRV right before the first 2 murders said that the driver had olive skin. Anthony had a silver Honda CRV registered in his name in 2007 to 2009 and had olive skin. Police believed that Anthony was the killer. They caught up to him as he was driving the state up to the point. He was arrested, was caught up, while contact was doubled. In the living room, Anthony had disposed of the pistol he used to kill Roger Rumbach and had purchased a 45 caliber pistol, which was in his vehicle when he was arrested. He also had an LSU lab coat with directions to Shreveport, Louisiana, sledgehammer, crowbar, and a box of gloves. Police believe he was planning on killing the LSU police to fire him for his own life. Anthony was eventually convicted in connection with all 4 murders and sentenced to death. Now moving to my analysis. When Anthony was young, he was described as a loner who had no friends. As he grew older, people noticed he never established romantic relationships either. Eventually, he spent a long time with exotic dancers. He even confessed the 2008 murders to one of them after she told him that she was a bad girl and only liked bad boys. I guess he was trying to prove that he was really a bad guy. Anthony got a legal disability, migraine headaches, and was treated for depression. Eventually, he developed a severe drinking problem, which would persist for many years. He had homicidal thoughts, he was angry, and he felt worthless and hopeless. He was committed to mental health occasion he attempted to end his own life. Anthony's co-workers and supervisors repeatedly had problems with his behavior. At various times he was described as lazy, arrogant, incorrigible, dangerous, lacking in basic knowledge, immature, rude, paranoid, antagonistic, disrespectful, belligerent, and contentious. On the bright side, no one could call him forgettable. One assessment that I find interesting came from the psychiatry residency program at LSU. Faculty initially found Anthony to be kind, well-mannered, and possessing a nice personality. Later, they would change their minds. But I find it interesting. Out of the two oncology residencies, the family practice residency and the psychiatry residency, it was the psychiatry residency that gave most inaccurate assessment of Anthony's personality. I think this may explain why there are no identical well-known psychiatrists who are not very good at psychotherapy and are described on occasion as arrogant, condescending, and incompetent when advising treatment. It's a frightening testament to the inadequacy of mental health assessment. Throughout Anthony's career, his supervisors and the residency programs were highly sensitive to the fact that they dismissed Anthony and his career would be negatively affected. They were cracking his life every day without losing the investment of time and money made in medical school. They empathized strongly with Anthony and pressed so in public that he would be treated. Eventually, they all made one decision. They knew his behavior was supposed to be Anthony, and less concerned with the damage he could cause. I find it interesting that other than press intentions, faculty in the residency program did not think of Anthony as a suspect at first. Once again, we see the male excited supervisors and even medical professionals. They recognized the unspecified personality disturbance. They did not call that what behaviors or homicidal aggression. So in the next section, here are my thoughts on 2 items to set out in this case. And number 1, Anthony Garcia never took responsibility for any of his crimes. During his court proceedings, he often pretended to be asleep, he couldn't face the shame, or was simply trying to be attractive. And number 2, Anthony held a grudge against the people at Crichton for many years. He was fired in 2001, yet returned to Owen to commit murders in both 2008 and 2013. It's very unusual to see an offender, even one with pronounced narcissistic traits, maintain a homicidal grudge for that long. Item number 3, Anthony's neighbor said that one time he mowed the lawn wearing a full hazmat suit. Maybe this behavior was to attract attention or because of paranoia. Perhaps it's some type of metaphor based on the idea that they are toxic and dangerous, and the suit is not to protect them from the environment, but to protect the environment from them. Item number 4, Anthony's parents pushed him quite a bit to become a physician. He wanted to be a mathematician, a police officer, or a lawyer. He even applied to the Los Angeles Police Department at one time. Many serial killers have an interest there. Anthony was simply not intelligent enough to be a physician. It took him an extra year to finish medical school, and his grades were still not that good. A staff member at the medical school testified that Anthony was permitted entry into the program due to his ethnicity. Item number 5, Anthony may have had concerns that he wasn't as masculine as he should have been. He may have had a distorted view of masculinity. For example, Anthony tried to impress an exotic dancer like Tessa Harvey. He owned a Ferrari F355, even though he had a massive medical debt. He would eat a head of lettuce as if he was ready to eat an apple, and drink directly from containers of milk. He wanted to be a police officer, and he prescribed himself testosterone despite having no medical reason for taking it. Now moving to my final thoughts. Anthony was pushed into an occupation that he could not handle. Rather than acknowledging his failure, he blamed everyone else. As they told him how to correct his behavior, he became increasingly angry at them. He never accepted responsibility. He never looked at himself and thought that maybe he should make some type of change. He possessed a dangerous combination of alcohol use, narcissism, paranoia, vindictiveness, and self-destructiveness. His role as a physician protected him from scrutiny and gave him plenty of time to carry out his After a thoracic surgery internship in New Jersey, Jeffrey enlisted in the United States Army in June of 1969 and was stationed at Fort Bragg, North Carolina a short time later. The family moved to 544 Castle Drive, which is a one-story garden apartment in an area reserved for married officers. Colette became pregnant in the fall of 1969. Just before Christmas of that year, Jeffrey bought a shepherd pony. He thought the family would soon be moving to a farm in Connecticut. Now moving to the timeline of the crime. On February 16, 1970, Jeffrey took his daughters to the stable so they could feed the pony. He returned home at about 5:45 p.m. He had dinner with his family, then his wife left for a college class. According to Jeffrey, Kristen went to bed at 7 p.m., Kimberly went to bed about an hour or so later, and Colette returned home at 9:40 p.m. Jeffrey and Colette watched The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. Jeffrey said that his wife went to bed. He stayed up to continue watching that show. Afterward, he read a novel. Around 2 a.m., now on February 17, he went to bed and found that Kristen was sleeping next to her mother. Jeffrey said that Kristen had wet the bed, carried his daughter back to her room, and decided to sleep on the couch because he didn't want to wake his wife by changing sheets. Jeffrey said that he went to sleep around 2:30 a.m. At 3:42 a.m., Jeffrey called emergency services at Fort Bragg and said, "Help, 544 Castle Drive, stabbing." The military police arrived 10 minutes later. They noticed the front door was locked and the house was dark inside. No one answered the front door. The police entered through the back door, which was open. They found Colette's dead body on the floor of the master bedroom. She had been stabbed 21 times with an ice pick, 16 times with a knife, and beaten badly with a club. Jeffrey was next to her. He was wounded but alive. First responders resuscitated Jeffrey. He had a partially collapsed lung. Jeffrey said, "Check my kids. I heard them cry." The officers found that both Kimberly and Kristen had been murdered. Their bodies were in separate bedrooms. Kimberly had been beaten with a club and stabbed between 8 and 10 times with a knife. Kristen had been stabbed 33 times with a knife and 15 times with an ice pick. On the headboard of the bed in the master bedroom, the word pig was written using Colette's blood. Jeffrey was treated at the base hospital. He had sustained a mild concussion, cuts, bruises, fingernail scratches, and had been stabbed 1 time in the torso. He was released after 9 days. Here's the story that Jeffrey told the police. After falling asleep on the couch sometime around 2:30 a.m., he woke up after hearing screams. As he stood up, he was attacked by 3 men and 1 woman. They were all white except for 1 black male. The woman was wearing a wide-brimmed hat and had blonde hair. She was chanting, "Acid is groovy, kill the pigs." The men rendered him unconscious through the attack. When he woke up, they were gone. He attempted to render aid to his family, pulled a paring knife from Colette's chest in the process. He then called for assistance. Right away, the police suspected that Jeffrey was the killer. They believed that the physical evidence in the house was inconsistent with his story, including where the blood was located and the fact that all the weapons used in the murders came from the house. In addition, they found out that Jeffrey had been unfaithful to his wife. The Army held an Article 32 hearing, which essentially functions like a grand jury. The judge said that there was insufficient evidence to prove Jeffrey was guilty. Jeffrey received an honorable discharge and worked as a physician in New York City for a short time before moving to Long Beach, California in July 1971. He worked as an emergency room physician. He said that he wanted to get away from the constant reminders of his family. When Jeffrey lived in California, he had numerous girlfriends, bought a gun, and bought a sports car. Jeffrey was vocal about how the investigation into his possible involvement was unfair. For example, he appeared on the Dick Cavett show and criticized the Army. He laughed and appeared arrogant during the interview. Colette's stepfather initially supported Jeffrey and then turned against him. He campaigned for charges filed against Jeffrey and was successful. Jeffrey was indicted on 3 counts of murder on January 24, 1975. His trial started on July 16, 1979. August 29, 1979, Jeffrey McDonald was convicted of 1 count of first-degree murder. This was for Kristen, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and his wife, Ann Kimberly. Jeffrey was sentenced to 3 consecutive terms of life in prison. In 1980, Jeffrey's convictions were overturned on appeal and was released on bail. In 1982, the Supreme Court ruled against him and was sent back to prison. Over the next few years, Jeffrey lost a series of appeals. In 2006, results from DNA testing were announced. 3 hairs from the crime scene did not match any known suspect, and that hurt the family. At the time making this video, Jeffrey McDonald was still in prison and maintains his innocence. Now moving to my analysis. The Jeffrey McDonald case is one of those litigated cases in history. There are quite a few people who believe that he is absolutely innocent. Which brings me to the question, was Jeffrey McDonald actually guilty of the murders? Let's take a look at the factors both for and against the idea that he was guilty, starting with the inculpatory evidence. Jeffrey was the only survivor of a brutal attack in his house. Every weapon used in the attack came from his house. 1 knife was found in his house. Another knife, the ice pick, a piece of lumber, which was used as a club, found in the backyard. A piece of lumber matched a wooden slats from Kimberly's bed. Plywood hippies entered Jeffrey's house intending to commit murder, not bring any weapons. Plywood 4 attackers had targeted Jeffrey's wife and daughters before targeting him. The tips of surgical gloves were found beneath the headboard, right under where the word pig was written. They were consistent with the type of gloves that Jeffrey kept in the kitchen. Each of the 4 members of the household had a different blood type. There was blood all over the house. A significant quantity of Jeffrey's blood was found in front of the kitchen cabinet where the gloves were kept, and on the right side of the hallway bathroom sink. No blood was found on either telephone in the house. Colette's blood was found in Kristen's room. Kimberly's blood was found in the doorway of the master bedroom, yet her body was recovered in her bedroom. A speck of Kristen's blood was on Jeffrey's glasses. He said he wasn't wearing his glasses when he entered her bedroom. Jeffrey said that Kristen went to bed, but an analysis of the stain proved that it was not Kristen, but Kimberly who went to bed. There were not that many signs of a struggle in the living room. A flower pot on the floor, and a coffee table was flipped on its side. There's a lot of debate about this coffee table. Some people believe that it's so top-heavy that if it was flipped over, it would flip all the way over onto the top, whereas other people say that the coffee table could balance on its side as it was found if somebody kicked it or otherwise bumped into it. Fibers from Jeffrey's pajama top were found in the master bedroom, under his wife's body, and in the bedrooms of both his daughters. 1 fiber was found under Kristen's fingernail. The authorities said that Jeffrey had at least 15 girlfriends. He admitted that he had sex with several different women. During the time of the murders, neighbors had not heard any sounds consistent with a fight, but they did hear Colette shouting in a loud and angry voice. Colette had told her sister-in-law and her mother that she was unhappy in her marriage. She had actually called her mother on February 16th and said to return to New York with their children. This was the day before the homicides. A 16-year-old daughter of neighbors said that in the months leading up to the murders, Jeffrey and his wife were indifferent to each other. There was a copy of Esquire magazine found in the house, which contained an article about the Manson family murders, which had occurred 6 months earlier, in August 1969. There were a number of similarities between Jeffrey's story and the Manson family murders, including the perpetrators being drug-using hippies. The prosecution argued that Jeffrey's pajama top was placed over Colette's chest. She was stabbed through it. This theory is fairly difficult to prove, but it did make an impact on the jury. Jeffrey said that he didn't seek help from the neighbors after he woke up, because he didn't know them that well. I guess one running to a neighbor's house, mentioning that one's family has been wiped out, is more something that one would want to do with neighbors who they knew for some time. Like, there needs to be some type of rapport established before making that announcement. Jeffrey lied to his stepfather and said that he and some of his fellow Green Berets killed one of the intruders. Moving to the exculpatory factors. The investigation conducted by the Army was terribly mismanaged. The crime scene was not secured. Pretty much anybody was allowed to go in or out of the house. For example, neighbors came to check it out. The ambulance driver had stolen Jeffrey's wallet in the living room. Jeffrey did not have a history of violence, did not have any compelling motive to commit the murders. An officer responding to the scene saw a woman with a wide-brimmed hat and blonde hair standing on a street corner half a mile from Jeffrey's house. It was later determined the woman was named Lena Stokely. She was well known to the authorities, and her boyfriend, Gregory Mitchell, had a history of violence. Lena testified at Jeffrey's trial. She denied any involvement. She said she was using drugs and didn't remember what she was doing at the time of the murders. Lena had previously confessed to several people when she was in the house, so her testimony in court represented a change in her story. At the crime scene, a single strand of hair from a blonde wig was recovered. After moving to North Carolina, Jeffrey and Colette were observed by their neighbors arguing on occasion, but overall they were well liked and considered happy. Not long before the murders, Colette wrote a letter to friends of hers from college. She indicated that her life was happy and she was content with her husband. One of the prosecutors in Jeffrey's case pleaded guilty to fraud, embezzlement, forgery, and obstruction of justice in matters unrelated to Jeffrey's trial. He was disbarred and sentenced to jail. When weighing all the evidence, do we think that Jeffrey McDonald was guilty? As far as the legal standard, I do not think he was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Most compelling exculpatory evidence is the mismanagement of the crime scene. There's no telling what investigators could have altered. They may have moved blood from one room to another, they may have destroyed DNA. There's just no way to feel comfortable with the integrity of the crime scene. As far as what actually happened, I think that Jeffrey was guilty in reality. Witnesses said that he was capable of flying off into a rage. He was unfaithful to his wife, arrogant, obsessed with publicity, and recovered extremely fast after the death of his family. There is no indication that anyone else was in the house when the murders occurred. Here's what I think happened. This is just a theory, my opinion. Jeffrey was successful and was enjoying his life. He was in position, captain in the army, and was pretending to be a family man. He was frequently having sex with other women. I don't think Jeffrey premeditated the murders. Most killers do not purchase a Shetland pony for their murder victims prior to committing homicide. It's not like Shetland ponies are the harbinger of death. You never hear a wife saying, "I thought I was safe with my husband, but then he bought me a Shetland pony. Now I know I'm doomed." I think that Jeffrey was generally satisfied with being a husband and father. He did not have plans of changing anything major in his life. During the early hours of February 17, 1970, something happened which led Jeffrey to attack his wife Sunday. Probably a fight about infidelity, although the prosecution theorized that Jeffrey was mad because she really wet the bed. Jeffrey was capable of committing murder because he had psychopathic and narcissistic characteristics. In addition, he may have been taking an amphetamine called esketrol. As Jeffrey was attacking his wife, Kimberly walked into the doorway of the master bedroom. Jeffrey didn't want to leave any witnesses. He decided to kill his daughters in addition to his wife. He had been reading about the Manson family murders in S5 magazine, and he had met 4 hippies in a bar visiting his brother on Long Island. The descriptions that he gave of the intruders matched those 4 hippies. Combining these influences, he fabricated the story about the attack hippies. He then tried to manipulate the crime scene to match this fabricated narrative. He used his knowledge of surgery to injure himself in a way that looked serious, but was not life-threatening under those circumstances. Jeffrey did not understand how his behavior during the years following the murders made him appear cold, arrogant, and unfeeling. The incompetent behavior of investigators called the credibility of the crime scene into question, but Jeffrey could not outrun his personality factors. Ultimately, the same characteristics that facilitated the murders facilitated his conviction. Those are my thoughts on the case of Jeffrey McDonald. Please put your opinions and thoughts in the comment section. We're always generally interested in dialogue. As always, we found analysis of this topic to be informative, enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I will put the link to Patreon in the description of this video. First, I'll look at the background of this case, then I'll move to my analysis. Jeremy Wilson was born in Indianapolis, Indiana, in July of 1973. His mother was named Patricia Clark, his father, Lonnie Wilson. It's worth noting that the authorities are not 100% sure that Jeremy Wilson is his real name. He is a con artist who has used so many aliases. His background is murky. He was prosecuted as Jeremy Wilson in New York, so I will refer to him by that name. Jeremy's mother and father separated when Jeremy was very young. Patricia married a man named John Horstein. The relationship was not healthy. They separated when neither several times. Jeremy's long history of being manipulative and deceptive started early. He was expelled from high school and lost his scholarship after pretending to have a disability. He apparently showed up to school in a wheelchair. He also committed theft against other students. Eventually, Jeremy graduated from Elden High School and continued to manifest antisocial behavior. He was arrested for stealing a cross-mounted vehicle and the vehicle owner's credit cards. He drove to Colorado and was involved in a collision. In addition, he managed to steal the identity of his cousin Ryan Clark and used it to cash a $2,000 check. After this, most of his family didn't want him around anymore. Jeremy served time in prison in the states of Ohio and Pennsylvania in the mid-1990s. He had been convicted of theft and forgery. In 1999 and 2000, he was detained for several months after trying to cross into the state of Washington from British Columbia. When the authorities searched his car, they found a forged Irish passport and a forged Canadian passport. In the state of Indiana, Jeremy assumed the identity of a Microsoft executive, ran up charges at strip clubs and hotels, about $7,400 altogether. In 2001, he was sentenced to 8 years in prison. In March of 2006, he escaped from a work release program in Canada. He was arrested in Edmonton, Alberta, after stealing passports, vehicle license plates, and personal documents. He was convicted and sentenced to 21 days in jail. Upon his release, he contacted the director of Jewish Family Services in Edmonton. Jeremy said that he was a soldier in the United States Army. He was attacked because he was Jewish. The director was so impressed with Jeremy that he invited him into his home, something he rarely did. Jeremy somehow arranged to have credit cards issued to him on the director's account. Jamie then fled the area and charged about $17,000 on the cards. Jeremy was recaptured in May of 2007 after trying to re-enter the United States. His family said he was trying to see his dying mother. About a year later, he was released. Jeremy used a Eli Whitney corporate account to check into a luxury hotel in Indianapolis. In August of 2008, he was arrested. In jail, he assumed the identity of an Irish soldier, even using an Irish accent. His cellmate was so impressed with Jeremy that when Jeremy was released, he arranged for him to stay with a friend of his named Michael Lafferty. Jeremy told Michael that he had graduated from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He had a young child who was dying of cancer. The child's last wish was to see the mainland China. 3 weeks later, Jeremy departed to Chicago after liberating Michael's Social Security number, birth certificate, and credit card numbers. Jeremy had met a 19-year-old woman online. Her name was Angela Stam. She knew him as Finn Keenan, a former British soldier who was facing deportation. Angela stayed with Jeremy in Chicago. He found work there as a bartender. The pair then drove to Missoula, Montana. Now Jeremy was going by the name Angus Jocko Ferguson. Through a couch surfing website, Jeremy found a man named Reed Rainers and stayed at his residence. Nothing says safety like allowing random people to sleep on your couch. I imagine there should be plenty of ads for serial killer supplies on a couch surfing website. And picture an actress holding a kitchen knife saying, "Don't forget this for your next couch adventure." Jeremy was now saying that he was a secret commando for was active in local theater. He was a theater teacher. Jeremy told him that he was familiar with Shakespeare, having studied at Cambridge. Jeremy attended several theater events. Readers would say that Jeremy was a surprisingly good performer. He had a silly laugh and was kind of a nerd. He was disarming rather than charming. In late August 2009, Jeremy visited a Montana National Guard training center called Fort Harrison. He was told several captain of special forces. Soldiers noticed that Jeremy wasn't making any sense at all. They were probably thinking, what kind of officer wants to walk onto a base and beg for items to facilitate a secret mission? How secret can a mission be? That is what he has to do. One soldier contacted the FBI. A short time later, Jeremy drove a stolen car onto the Bastrop Air Force Base near Great Falls, Montana. He was arrested and interviewed by the FBI. The agent noticed that his insignia was in the wrong places on his uniform. He asked Jeremy for the name of his group commander. Jeremy said he couldn't remember. Before Jeremy's real identity was discovered, he convinced reporters the coast was odd and tried him back to Missoula. The FBI realized who Jeremy was. They tried to find him there, but it was too late. He had already fled. They tried to convince Angela to come with them. She declined. Jeremy drove to Los Angeles in a rented Mustang convertible. Now he was a DJ, video producer, scholar. While in Los Angeles, he convinced Madison Beverly Hills to pay $28,000 dental money. Of course, Jeremy did not pay it. In January 2010, Jeremy was arrested after the police figured out the Mustang was stolen. Jeremy served 6 years in federal prison in New Hampshire for identity theft. After being released, he made his way to Massachusetts. He stole business checks from mailbox. Printed checks with the same account number, and stole over $40,000. In December of 2015, he made a first lease payment on a BMW X3 SUV and fled to New York City. This vehicle was over $50,000. About a week later, police impounded the BMW and left a note saying that it had been a carjacking. Amazingly, Jeremy contacted the police to arrange picking up the stolen vehicle. He fell for their obvious trip. When he arrived at the police station, he was arrested. Jeremy made a video with a statement from the prosecutor and the police officer. He confessed to many of the crimes he had committed over the last several years. In 2017, Jeremy was convicted in New York and sentenced to 7 to 14 years in prison. He was extradited to Massachusetts. He was charged there. In May of 2019, pleaded guilty to a number of offenses, including forgery and larceny. He was sentenced to 6 to 7 years in prison there. He was fine serving that sentence when he's finished his sentence. He wrote, "It's always nice to have something to look forward to." Underneath my analysis, Jeremy Wilson fabricated at least 27 aliases, including Jeremy Clark Erskine, Angus Ferguson, Jeremy Aswell Beckingham, Finn Keenan, and Jeremy Keenan. He stole social security numbers, credit cards, checks, and various documents from dozens of people. He was suicides, vivid details. There was no depth or substance to his knowledge. It was superficial. It was all about courage. He was challenged by something almost perfect. Everything back then, just he was highly confident in his ability to see and bear his intellectual reality. And number three, unload the journey in his heart to witnesses all person. not seriously planning a bank robbery, but just talking about how they would get away with it. And a child introduces the idea of just knocking the guard out or something like that. That's really jumping to another level of harm, and it's a poor prognostic indicator. So the eighth sign here is a desire to see disturbing images or scenes. This really connects to the lack of empathy. So if there is an article about a car accident, like in a newspaper or online, and a child accesses that, they may be disappointed because they couldn't see the bodies, they couldn't see the dead bodies in the car accident, or the injured bodies. So again, most people may look at the picture, they may want to see how bad the car accident was. This is really a desire to see that people were hurt. And you could look at this another angle too. Sometimes with children who have callous on emotional traits, they really mention this idea that they want to see somebody die. They want to actually see a human being pass away. This is something I've heard dozens of times. And it's no less distressing the 20th or 30th time you hear it as it was the first time you hear it. And what's interesting about this is the child doesn't always want to be the cause of the death. They just want to see the death. Now, sometimes they do want to cause the death, and this only magnifies the worry even more. This is really probably one of the most disturbing elements that we see with the callous emotional traits. When a child says to you as a counselor that they want to cause someone's death because they want to see it take place. So it's disturbing no matter what the reason would be, but for whatever reason, for me anyway, that just strikes me as particularly disturbing. This one is frightening and a very poor prognostic indicator. So moving to number 9, this one is about how sometimes children can be fearless with consequences. So one thing we see with callous on emotional traits is that children are afraid of timeouts, they're not afraid of punishment, they're not even afraid of physical pain. So it's related to fearless dominance, which is a characteristic of psychopathy. We also see that after the punishment, they resume the bad behavior almost immediately. So it's really like the punishment, the consequences just don't matter at all. Now what's interesting about this sign though is a lot of times when this is present, a child will still be motivated by reward. So they're not afraid of punishment, but they're still motivated by reward. So it's a kind of interesting dynamic when trying to lay out behavioral plans that will help a child move away from callous on emotional traits. The 10th sign is when a child bullies other children. And what's particularly notable here with this one is when there's a desire for the child to create fear in another child. So it's not about just taking something from them, but when a child really wants another person to fear them. And what I find interesting here is, again, we see a deficit in the ability to recognize fear. That doesn't mean that a child doesn't know that fear exists as a construct. So the last sign, the 11th sign, that a child could potentially become a psychopath is poor parenting. And we see this over and over in the research literature. Cold parenting, having negative reactions to a child when they disclose something, failing to provide a child positive feedback, or being highly critical. And I think as well, neglect, any type of neglect and abuse we know is connected to psychopathy. Now what's interesting here is if you look at some of the horrible things that sometimes parents do, it becomes understandable. Like psychopathy, children developing into psychopaths eventually, becomes understandable. Now I won't go through some of the things I've seen here because there's too much. But some of the traumatic events, you really just look at the horror behind what children have to endure at the hands of some bad parents, criminally bad parents. You wonder how they could become anything else but psychopathic. It makes sense that a child would become cold and distant and try to have feelings be removed from them, be detached from feelings, and not develop empathy. Now, another part of this, of course, we see in the literature that psychopathic traits in children do seem to worsen parenting practices. So it's not just a one-way street here. Sometimes parenting can lead to psychopathy, and sometimes psychopathy can lead to bad parenting. So just as is the case with all these different signs, the relationship between the sign and psychopathy is complex. So with all this talk about how children can develop psychopathic traits, callous on emotional traits, and eventually develop psychopathy, is there any hope? Does treatment tend to work? Well, we know know that there is some success that has been demonstrated with treatment. So treatment's always a good option. And the earlier, the better. We know that recovery may be possible, although many clinicians believe that the type of recovery is really simply an adjustment. So a child who develops into a psychopath may not be an active psychopath in terms of criminality. They may learn to adjust to society's norms. They may still have a lot of the characteristics like low empathy, but they learn that they can get more of what they want by following the law as opposed to breaking the law. So this is kind of a grim view of recovery from psychopathy and a grim view of how a child could develop into a psychopath. But a lot of clinicians believe this. A lot of clinicians believe that the psychopathy really can't be eradicated. Somebody can just adjust to that type of personality. But either way, we know that the bottom line is success in terms of society. We may not be able to eliminate psychopathy always, but we can still help children to develop into productive citizens as they move into adulthood. So again, it just kind of acknowledges the concerns and the seriousness around psychopathy. It would be dismissive, I think, to say, well, no, if a child has callous unemotional traits, there's no risk that they'll develop into psychopaths. And even if they do, we can work it out in treatment. That's just not the case. There is a risk, and the treatment is not always successful, and sometimes what it is simply functionally successful in terms of society. It doesn't really change the underlying traits. Now, on the topic of treatment success, one of the trends I've seen over the last few years, and again, this is understandable, is a lot of agencies struggle to deal with children who have callous unemotional traits, especially if there's any violence involved. So what happens is they get kicked out of these agencies and get referred to agencies that in theory can handle these behaviors, but we see very few agencies that are willing to take children, especially again with the violent aspect included. So really the children that would be at the most risk to developing psychopathy. I remember visiting an agency a few years ago and I was walking through the hallway. I was moving through these interior doors they had. So the hallway, these offices. And one of the offices didn't have a door. And it seemed unusual because they had a door frame. You could see at one time there were places where the hinges went, but they appeared to be torn out. So I asked one of the counselors who worked there what happened. And they were telling me that there was a child they were treating, and the child was around 8 to 10 years old. Broke the door off the hinge. They rammed their whole body into the door, including their head. So they just stood up, they got angry, and they ran into the door repeatedly. So they're watching this happen until the door broke and just fell into the hallway, and then just walked away. So we saw that all the hinges again were ripped right out of the door frame, and apparently the doorknob was broken off the door as well. So they never bothered to replace it. They just used the office for something else. I don't know if it was storage or what they did with it, but they decided not to replace that door. And they decided for similar sessions, they were just going to leave the door open. And they made some other changes to avoid that becoming a problem with confidentiality. And on top of that, they changed their policy so that any violence, if there's any violent act by any child, that was it. They were going to be discharged. Before, they had tried to work with a child, but after that, they weren't going to do it anymore. And I can appreciate both sides of this, right? We need to treat children who have these traits to help prevent them from becoming psychopathic, because the damage they can do as an adult, in theory at least, would be much worse. But we also have to protect counselors and staff. And nobody wants to work in a work environment where they're threatened and they have to fear for their safety. So I can appreciate, again, both sides of this. I'm not sure there's really any answer except more funding for agencies that are capable of handling children that are at risk to become psychopathic. But of course, it's always a simplistic answer when you say, we'll throw more money at the problem. I'm just not sure how else to address this issue. Counselors aren't going to work in fear, but we do have to address the psychopathy issue because of all the violent crime that's attached to it. So it's an interesting problem, and I wish I had a better answer in terms of the solution. Now, whenever I talk about topics like psychopathy and antisocial personality disorder, especially one like this, where we're talking about these signs that could lead to it in children, I know that there are going to be a lot of strong opinions in various directions and different experiences. So if you have opinions that are the same as mine or different or other thoughts, please put those in the comments. As always, I hope you found my description about risk factors for psychopathy to be interesting. Thanks for watching. Welcome to my scientifically informed insider look at mental health topics. If you find this video to be interesting or helpful, please like it and subscribe to my channel. This is Dr. Grande. Today's question asks if I can analyze the case of Chris Watts. Now, Chris Watts is an individual who murdered his family in August of 2018. And this is a particularly horrific case. So kind of just from the beginning, I think it's important to note that this content really isn't for everybody. I actually found this to be a pretty challenging video to make. I researched the topic kind of on and off for about 2 weeks and did a lot of research about 2 days ago. And then yesterday recorded a video on this, really what was supposed to be this video, and just didn't really feel that I got it right. There's just so much to this case that I kind of took a step back after recording that and did a little more research and reflection, and then came back today to record it. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about psychopathy, narcissism, rage, and infidelity. A lot of different topics here. And I'm not going to be diagnosing anybody involved in this case, including Chris Watts. Just really speculating about what could have been going on in a situation like this. So really the main parts of this video will be the timeline, which I think draws a really interesting parallel in terms of how infidelity works. And then I'll get into the kind of personality characteristics that might have been at work in the second part of the video. So this narrative starts in Frederick, Colorado, which is a town about 30 miles north of Denver, Colorado. And the family involved here includes Chris Watts, Shannon Watts, his wife. He was 33, she was 34. And their 2 daughters, Bella and Celeste. Bella was 4 and Celeste was 3. Shannon was also 15 weeks pregnant at the time of the murder. Now we see that 2015, 3 years before this story really takes place, they declared bankruptcy. Chris and Shannon declared bankruptcy, and they were $70,000 in debt at the time of the murder. So then moving forward to June of 2018, Chris Watts started an affair with a woman named Nicole Lee Kessinger. She was 30 years old. And what's really interesting about this is because we have information about different text messaging that went back and forth and all this, we can kind of piece together what was going on between Watts and Kessinger, and at the same time between Watts and his wife Shannon. So as I mentioned before, we see this kind of parallel as the marital relationship kind of falls apart and the affair more or less strengthens to a point. So as I mentioned, June 2018, Watts and Kessinger start the affair, and then we move to July 10th. So on July 10th, we see that there is text messaging between Chris and Shannon. And Shannon indicates that she misses him and wants to talk. And she kind of notices his behavior seems different toward her. So really, even at this early point, it seems like she's realizing something's changed in the marital relationship. On July 14th, Watts and Kessinger go to a car museum. On July 18th, Kessinger sends semi-nude photos to Chris. Chris was hiding these photos on his phone. Later on, we see that Chris told investigators that what drew him to Kessinger was that he felt like she was pursuing him instead of the other way around. On July 24th, Kessinger Google searched the phrase, "Man I'm having an affair with says he will leave his wife." So again, we can kind of see where the state of mind may have been for Kessinger. There's no way to know for sure, but just looking at the evidence, including the text messages in this particular Google search. On July 28th, Watts and Kessinger spent the night at a campground. On July 30th, Watts wrote Kessinger a love letter. We see on July 31st and August 4th, we see kind of texts that have a negative content to them between Shannon and Chris. We see that she indicates that Chris wasn't missing her during a time that they were apart. Also on August 4th, we see Kessinger searches for wedding dresses online. On August 7th, Shannon Watts tells a friend that Chris hasn't touched her all week or kissed her or talked to her, and they appeared cold. One day later, on August 8th, Kessinger searched Google on topics related to marrying your mistress. On August 9th, Shannon Watts again refers to Chris as cold, but also said they had the best talk ever. So it was kind of a hopeful day in some ways. She also sent a draft of a letter she was going to give to Chris to a friend. And in that letter, she indicates that the last 5 weeks have been the hardest, and she misses the affection that Chris used to give her, and that she was confused. So again, interesting, if you look 5 weeks back, that's somewhere near the beginning of the affair, just a little bit after it started. So again, it seems Shannon has a really good idea at this point that something's changed in her relationship. On August 11th, Watts and Kessinger go to a baseball game, spend the day together, and on August 12th, Shannon sends a draft of a speech that she was going to give to Chris, again to a friend, saying she wants to fix things in her marriage and that she's going crazy trying to figure this out. So if we look at these text messages and Google searches, again with this triad that formed, Kessinger, Chris Watts, and Shannon Watts, we see that increasingly Shannon's becoming more distressed over the nature of the relationship, and Kessinger seems to be growing in confidence that the relationship is going somewhere. We see more or less coldness and indifference from Chris towards Shannon, and excitement and maybe some sort of future orientation in terms of Chris and Kessinger. So this brings us to the morning of August 13th, early, about 2 a.m. We see that Shannon returned home from a business trip from Arizona, and Chris was home with the children at that time. The two fell asleep after they had sex, and Chris woke up a few hours later, and a conversation started between Chris and Shannon. It was about a 15-20-minute conversation. And during this conversation, Shannon cried and indicated to Chris that she knew there was someone else. She knew there was a mistress. Watts denied that he had any type of affair, but he did admit that he didn't love Shannon anymore, and he indicated that they weren't compatible. It was at this point when Shannon told him that you're never going to see the kids again. And this is what evidently contributed to Watts kind of snapping. That's the word he used, snapped. He put his hands around his wife's throat and began to strangle her, and he did this for about 2 to 4 minutes. Now, later on, he would claim that she didn't struggle during the strangulation. Watts indicated that there was a part of him that felt like the idea of killing his wife was implanted in his mind, and he had no control over it. Also, when he was strangling Shannon, he wondered to himself why he just couldn't let go. So again, at this point, he's really saying that he felt like someone else had control over him during the time he was his wife and his unborn child. So we see after Shannon was killed, evidently one of the daughters walked in and kind of wondered what was going on. Chris loaded his wife's body into his pickup truck and put his 2 daughters in his pickup truck and drove 45 minutes to a work site. He also indicated that he was contemplating suicide this time, but changed his mind on that because he was afraid that someone else could get hurt if the place where he worked caught fire and exploded. So really inconsistent here. He was apparently okay with murder, but then he was worried about hurting coworkers in some sort of explosion. He never really indicated why he didn't consider some other type of suicide. This was just kind of, I think, a strange thing to say. But again, this is something he told investigators. When Watts arrived at the work site, he buried his wife in a shallow grave, and then he smothered his daughter Celeste with a blanket and put her in an oil tank, and then did the same thing to his daughter Ella. So he murdered his wife, unborn child, and both his daughters. Now it seems clear up to this point, because of Chris's behavior, because of his rage and the murders, that there were characteristics of psychopathy and narcissism potentially going on. But that's not really the end of behavior that might be classified that way. We see that after the murders, he looked up the lyrics to a Metallica song named Battery, which includes this reference to killing a family. We also see that Watts called his daughter's school to unenroll them. He texted back and forth with a realtor about selling his home. He texted with his girlfriend, Kessinger, about their future. And he also Googled getaway vacation deals using a Groupon. Shannon's friends became worried because she was missing, and they alerted the police. And then after an interview he pleaded for his family's return. He indicated later that behind closed doors, he giggled because he had told police he had nothing to do with the disappearance of his family. Now we see that on August 15th, Chris was arrested for the murders of his family because he confessed. And he told the story about, again, the murder of his wife and unborn child and the murder of his daughters. A few months later, in November of 2018, he pleaded guilty to murder and was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. We see that after these murders, that Kessinger also did a Google search about Amber Fry, who was the mistress of South Peterson, an individual who murdered his pregnant wife. And she also searched about Amber Fry's book deal and her net worth. So potentially callous behavior on that side of it too. Kessinger did cooperate with the police, however, and as far as I know, she wasn't charged in connection with these murders. So now kind of looking at all this information after reading the timeline and this progression of the affair and the deterioration of the marriage, we look over to psychopathy and narcissism. And I've heard a lot of different opinions about what could be potentially going on with Chris Watts, what was going on at this time, potentially. We see people who think that maybe psychopathy was at work and not narcissism. Some people believe it was both psychopathy and narcissism. And still we see others who say it had nothing to do with either construct, and it was simply rage. And I'm going to take a look here at some of the symptoms of psychopathy and narcissism and kind of go through and indicate where I think there may be some connection between these constructs and what was going on with Chris Watts. So I'll start here with psychopathy. And it's important to note here, and I'll be going through some of the characteristics, but these characteristics aren't dichotomous. They're not all or nothing. Somebody can have any of these characteristics to a degree, and that's really what I'll be looking at here. So the first one we see with psychopathy would be pathological lying. And this isn't just lying once in a while, this is lying for a purpose or sometimes lying for no purpose. And we see really a lot of deception involved here in this case, specifically where Chris was deceiving Shannon. So there appears to be pathological lying. Lack of empathy, remorse, or guilt, this seems pretty clear. We do see some evidence later on of some remorse and even guilt, but certainly right before and during the murders, we don't see any sign of empathy, remorse, or guilt. Another indication of psychopathy is violating society's norms. Of course, committing murder would qualify as that. The next characteristic is irresponsibility, and I think it's safe to say, based on a horrific crime he committed, that was certainly irresponsible. Maybe not in the way we usually see with psychopathy. The irresponsibility is usually more related to, on a long-term basis, just not being responsible. The next characteristic is impulsivity, and this, of course, seems pretty clear, especially the moment of rage when he committed the first murder of his wife. We see shallow affect, so this is when somebody doesn't really seem to have too much depth or sensitivity. That appears to be the case. It's also related to superficial charm, which evidently Chris had because he entered into an affair with Kessinger, and she indicated that he was charming. Now, this may not have been superficial charm, but again, just looking at this as a matter of degrees and speculating, it seems reasonable to connect this characteristic to this situation. We also see a failure to have long-term goals. This is interesting because Chris did have long-term goals. They were just antisocial goals. We see poor behavioral controls. This seems pretty clear. Again, going to a rage and committing murder. We see that criminal versatility is a sign of psychopathy. And this is interesting because this means that somebody has the capability of committing a lot of different types of crimes. Now, Chris did commit several crimes in the course of these murders, including, of course, the murders themselves. But if we look at the differences between the murders, it was kind of impulsive and in a rage with the first murder. Like, that seems reasonable to believe that. The murder of Shannon by Chris. But then a more cold and calculating murder of his daughters. He had 45 minutes in that truck to calm down, for that rage to subside. I would think it would be very unlikely that that rage could stay really in a high state for that long. So it did demonstrate criminal versatility. We also see low neuroticism. And this is when somebody is really calm under stress. So individuals who are psychopathic can commit horrific crimes and not have a lot of anxiety and depression, and not a lot of nervousness. And we actually do see that here. Chris was able to commit these crimes in a cold and calculating way, and then go back to texting with his realtor and texting with his girlfriend and giggling behind closed doors because he told the police he had nothing to do with the disappearance of his family. This does kind of indicate low neuroticism, a level of emotional stability that's really too stable. Low neuroticism and psychopathy is when somebody's too emotionally stable. They don't have really hardly any variation in emotions at all. Psychopathy also has sensation seeking. This is when somebody gets bored easily, and I think this is really a major contributor to affairs. And it does seem clear that Chris was enjoying this affair, and it might have been kind of satisfying some of that sensation-seeking characteristic. So with psychopathy, we see some areas of this construct that seem to connect to what was going on in this case. Now, how about narcissism? Well, narcissism, I think, here is a little bit more difficult because narcissism has two types, grandiose and vulnerable. So we see some elements of narcissism that appear to be operating here, and then some elements that don't really seem to be operating. So, for example, with grandiose narcissism, we see extroversion. But with vulnerable,
First, I'll look at the background of this case. It's back on the crime analysis. Brittany Norwood was born in the state of Washington on May 19, 1982. She was one of 9 children. She had 4 brothers and 4 sisters. Her father operated a small upholstery business. Brittany was a talented athlete. She attended college on Long Island, New York. She had a scholarship based on playing soccer there. Brittany lost her scholarship and was kicked out of school in 2003 after being accused of stealing from a number of different people, including teammates. She moved to Washington, D.C., a one-room town. Before leaving that job, worked at a independent mathematical store in Georgetown. This is a store that sells various upscale products that are connected to yoga. In February of 2011, Brittany transferred from a Georgetown location to a store in Bethesda, Maryland. Brittany was not happy with the job. She had aspirations of being a personal trainer and viewed this position as just a stepping stone. In addition, there was evidence suggesting that Brittany worked as a prostitute during this time. She had a Metro card registered to a prostitution counseling group. One of Brittany's co-workers at the store was a 30-year-old graduate student named Jana Murray. Jana was born in Kansas on November 2, 1980, and was raised in Texas. She was also athletic. She was a discus thrower. After earning a bachelor's degree, she worked as a marketing representative for 3 years. She then returned to college to pursue a master's in business administration. Jana took a job at Elden to conduct research for her master's thesis. She had not intended on staying there. Once her thesis was completed, she decided to stay at the store until the next semester. There's also evidence supporting the idea that she wanted to work at a good company for many years. Therefore, she may have had aspirations of continuing her career. In the evening of March 11, 2011, Brittany and Jana were working at the store along with the manager. The manager left at 7 p.m., which meant that Jana used her truck. She was not supposed to be working that evening. She had another meeting. Brittany and Jana did not know each other very well.
Outlaw employees couldn't be sure if the first voice was the same as the second voice. One of the employees contacted a security guard to investigate the disturbance and spoke to the manager. The Outlaw called the police. After killing Jaina, Brittany walked out of the store and entered Jaina's vehicle. She moved into a parking lot several blocks away. Brittany sat in the vehicle for about an hour and a half trying to develop a plan to escape responsibility for the homicide she just committed. Brittany returned to the store and tried to fabricate evidence to make it seem as though she and Jaina were both attacked by unknown male assailants. She inflicted superficial injuries on herself, cut her pants, removed the 3 bags of cash from the safe, made a mess of the store under the night of robbery, and put on a pair of size 14 men's tennis shoes and tracked blood throughout the store. When she was done staging the scene, she bound her hands and feet with zip ties and laid on the floor for one rescue the next morning. Just after 8 a.m. on March 12th, the manager of the store arrived and discovered the door was unlocked. When she entered, she noticed the lights were on and items were out of place. She heard Brittany yelling and immediately left the store and called 911. A bystander waiting in line at the Apple store noticed that the manager was distraught and approached her. He volunteered to enter the store, and in most time he found Jaina and Brittany. Police arrived and Brittany was transported to the hospital. She was interviewed by the police on March 12th. Brittany claimed that she and Jaina were attacked by 2 men. She said the men committed assaults of a sexual nature against her and Jaina. The men were dressed in all black, wearing masks, and one was slightly taller than the other. That's pretty much it as far as her description. Police interviewed her again on March 14th. Now she added to the story by saying that the attackers told her they knew where she lived. They had found bills in her personal name and address. On March 16th, Brittany was interviewed for a 3rd time. By this point, the police knew that Brittany was lying because they found Brittany's DNA in Jaina's car. Brittany initially said that she had never been in Jaina's car. Brittany decided to stay with that same story during this interview. 2 days later, she contacted the police asking to talk about it. Now Brittany was saying that she moved Jaina's vehicle. She said that the attackers forced her from the car and told her they would be watching her the entire time. When she was moving Jaina's car, she saw a police officer in a patrol vehicle but was afraid to flag down the officer. She returned to the store based on these threats that the men made. Brittany was arrested and charged with murder. During her trial in the fall of 2011, the defense didn't even contend that she wasn't the killer. Rather, they said that she committed second-degree murder. The defense did not call a single witness. Brittany Norwood was convicted of first-degree murder. A few months later, in January 2012, she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Now moving to my analysis. There isn't any mystery around Brittany's guilt. The defense was that she committed murder in the moment, as opposed to murder involving premeditation. So either way, she was guilty of murder. It seems clear the jury made the right decision by convicting her of first-degree murder. Perhaps Brittany only intended to negotiate with Jaina about the theft allegation. So the initial attack is Dr. Donnelly. His question is, how analyze the case of Hudson Henry, David Tute? Just a reminder, I'm not an eyewitness in this video. I'm just speculating about what could have happened in a situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it and subscribe to my channel. Also check out my Patreon and the Electronic Media Podcast. I will put a few links to those items in the description of this video. First, I'll look at the background of this case. I'll go to the timeline of the incident, then offer my analysis. Heisman and David Tute grew up in Virginia and played football in high school. He was considered an exceptional athlete, and on December 16, 2020, he signed with Virginia Tech. In the spring of 2021, he was studying human development at the college and was in a football camp. On April 10, 2021, Tute used Tinder and was matched with a 40-year-old restaurant worker named Gary Paul Smith. He thought that Smith was a woman because Smith represented himself in that way. Smith said that he was a 21-year-old emergency room worker, Angie Renee. Tute and Smith arranged a meeting and engaged in oral sex, for which Smith paid Tute $50. Presumably, Tute engaged in the encounter, believing that he was with Angie Renee, not Kay Smith. Tute's friends were not convinced that Smith was actually a woman, and they had teased Tute about the interaction. On May 31, 2021, Tute made his way to Smith's apartment in downtown Oxford, Virginia. He claimed his intent to find out whether Angie was a man or a woman. He brought two other football players with him. They remained in the hallway and did not enter the apartment. He told his friends that his plan was to run away with Angie and his man. Here's what Tute said happened next. He entered the apartment and noticed that Smith was wearing a hoodie. Smith moved to the upstairs bedroom, which was locked up. After wandering to Smith's bedroom, Tute grabbed Smith in an effort to determine if he was a male or female. He then used the light on his phone to look at Smith's face. He noticed that Smith had a teeth. This time, Smith began verbally and then just on the side of the head. Tute was worried that Smith was using the blood and changed times on his foot. And Tute then had changed 4 times on his back. Tute punched Smith more than 50 times, and Tute had stopped him in the apartment to pay for self-defense. He said that he feared for his own life and Tute did not make him from the line. Smith was mumbling and gurgling and looking around the apartment, almost coming up some stairs. Tute joined his friends and prepared to go in and face the woman who had Smith. As we entered, we did not contact the police because he thought that Smith would just give some cops. I guess like magic ice that he did something quickly. The next noticed that started to start his body away from the police. One nice speed of the head, Smith's face was red. He released the police. Thing 2, Tute was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. He was released on $75,000 security bond and placed under house arrest for 3 years. His trial started in 2025 and continued in 2027. Tute was found not guilty of second-degree murder. Other finances. Was Tute actually guilty of murder? Was that not guilty in court? Was he culpable in crime? Let's take a look at the factors worth looking today for the defendant is guilty. Starting with the culpable factors. There's no question that any guilty verdict was meant to be handled by the jury, but ultimately
Despite lots of the case, is the online being detected. We spent over minutes and thoughts on that section. All was jumping, just a combat. As always, we put out our analysis of this topic. However, that's so much. This is after combat. Listeners to this, and analyze the case.
still believed that Michael was pathetic, but now they also believed that Michael probably did kill Angel. Interestingly, the vast majority of them never said anything to police. Angel's body was discovered in Staten Island in April 1996, a month after being murdered. The coroner thought that his condition also throws some light on mitigating the authorities in Manhattan because the body was found in a different borough. Michael tried to make a comeback in September 1996, but it would be short-lived. Angel's body was identified in November 1996, and this time several media outlets had run stories about claims that Michael was making about being the killer. Michael now changed his story. He claimed that he told people he murdered Angel and was just joking. Before Michael could be arrested, he fled to Toms River, New Jersey, probably believing that no one would be brave enough to follow him to New Jersey. On December 5, 1996, he was arrested there without incident. Michael accepted a plea deal, pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter, and was sentenced to only 10 to 20 years in prison. Robert was offered the same deal, and he accepted it. Michael had a rough time in prison. He was beat up several times. Somehow, he managed to get hold of heroin and was placed in solitary confinement as a punishment. According to Michael, he spent 5 years in solitary. Michael was denied parole the first time he was eligible in 2006. Michael tested positive for using drugs, and parole officers had watched the 2003 movie Party Monster. This fictionalized account of Michael's adventures starred Macaulay Culkin as Michael. It's not clear if the parole officers were offended by Michael's behavior or how terrible the movie was. I think it was based on how the movie characterized his behavior, because if it was based on the quality of the acting in the movie, Michael never would have been released from prison. Michael was denied parole again in 2008 after failing multiple drug tests. On May 5, 2014, Michael was granted parole. He was ordered to receive mental health counseling for anger and substance use. On October 15, 2014, Michael released a song, which was produced by a record label in Texas. In May of 2015, he displayed some of his paintings at a fair in New York. Michael was arrested on February 2, 2017. He said he was trespassing and disturbing personal death. He guilty to trespassing. On December 24, 2020, Michael was at his apartment in Washington Heights, Manhattan. He was using heroin, methamphetamine, and fentanyl. He had some overdosed and died. He was 54 years old. Medical diagnosis. One of my thoughts on writers that has dilapidated this case, and Michael Culkin. According to him, Michael was diagnosed with histrionic personality disorder. The clinician-written diagnosis said that it was the worst case he had ever seen. The disorder has 8 symptom criteria: discomfort, pain, condescending attention, inappropriate sexual, seductive, or provocative behavior, rapidly shifting and shallow expression of emotions, using physical appearance to draw attention to oneself, excessively impressionistic speech, self-traumatizing and irrational, and evaluating they actually are. Michael's behavior appears to align with most, if not all, of the symptom criteria. He is clearly highly dramatic, talkative, and multiple part executive. Histrionic personality disorder can explain Michael's violent behavior, but it doesn't explain why he confessed to his friends. Since the homicide he committed to keep everybody focused on him. And number 2, some of the hardened kids distribute drugs to drug dealers. And occasionally, they would give the drugs away for free, which is really why they were so popular for a time. This is a challenging business model because someone can't get drugs. This led them to taking advantage of innocent and vulnerable drug dealers, like Angel Menendez. He was willing to supply drugs for free for the discount, yet couldn't. He desperately wanted to make a party hit. The drugs offered Angel as a misguided young man who was on the verge of trying his life away. I doubt this is true. Angel did not deserve to be murdered. Item number 3. After Michael was released from prison, he did a number of interviews. Everybody was trying to figure out if Michael was truly surprisingly articulate, generally careful in his word choices, but the self-centeredness was still evident. Michael said that he pressed on his friends in order to share responsibility with them, not to brag, callous about Andrew's death. Michael talked about how terrible it was for him to be in prison, how he was the only of solitary confinement, although inside had quality time to work on himself. Michael was depressed in prison because he thought he was released, he'd never get a girlfriend or a job. As far as life after prison, it was all about how Michael could reinvent himself, how he could be a man. Again, Michael had ambitious goals. He wanted to showcase his art, to star on a reality TV show, he had to recapture his former glory and legacy. His attitude gave the message something like, the fact that you committed murder shouldn't get you in the way of success. He was done in society. That's the homicide that's really being drugged for the mindset anyway. Michael believed he was an inspiration to others. Many of the people contacted him saying he wanted to change their lives. Michael claimed he accepted responsibility for the murder, and really it was more about abandoning drugs than nightlife in New York City. The environment was just too chaotic and hostile. Michael attempted to apologize to Andrew's family, saying that Andrew was involved in harming him and his friends. That is, until he was brutally murdered and responded to his family. Michael left that part off. But considering all this abuse together, I think it's clear that Michael had no true remorse. He was only sorry that he had to go to prison. Michael was perpetually focused on seeking attention. He believed that as a legendary figure, he deserved praise and admiration. The single manslaughter situation was just a blip in an otherwise spotless record. Michael insisted that he would never use drugs again, yet just a few years later, he died of an overdose. He was interested in quitting drugs that wasn't get murdered, yet chose to use drugs again. This might be the most significant proof he had no remorse. He was willing to create an environment that existed, that even more clear. How worried was he about committing murder again? He didn't do that. And number 4, Michael Allen was probably both narcissistic and psychopathic. He disguised both of these traits. He tried to explain away his narcissistic behavior by saying that he was a locomotive. It was his job to be the center of attention. He needed to cause chaos so that people would go to the clubs. He tried to explain away his psychopathy by saying essentially the same thing. It was his job to shock and offend people. In reality, it's much more likely that Michael was narcissistic and psychopathic first, and his career choices resulted from those traits. He found a line of work which allowed him to satisfy his desires and achieve fulfillment. Now moving to my final thoughts. One of the major problems with Michael Allen is that he never had any actual talent. He was simply someone who connected innocent people to drugs in a colorful and dramatic way. The media should have never glamorized Michael completely of the gifts. He treated the redemptions out as success stories, and he encouraged them to cause more harm. Believing that people went to nightclubs primarily to see Michael is like believing that people go to Walmart to see the greeter at the front door. Michael may have been a novelty if you wanted to see a few times, but the drugs kept people coming back. Ultimately, those same drugs that gave Michael fame and success would take everything from him. Drugs proved once and for all how they were always the star of the show. Those are my thoughts on the case of Michael Allen, who's committed for his defense on its century. All his giant just died off. As always, glad you found my analysis on this topic to be informative and instructive. This is Dr. Duncan. Today's question is, can I analyze the case of Saul Newton and the Sullivannians? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing them as human. I'm just speculating about what could happen in a situation like this. If you enjoy this video, please like it, subscribe to the channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I'll leave the link to Patreon in the description of this video. First, I'll look at the crack actors case, then I'll look at the analysis. Saul Newton was born in St. John, Ontario, Canada, on July 1906. He attended the University of Wisconsin and the University of Chicago. In college, Saul thought that he established something more than World War II. When his service was complete, Lady Flannery started second therapy. At some point, Saul married a woman named Dr. Jane Pierce. Unlike Saul, she did have formal training in psychotherapy. Saul and Jane went to the Institute in New York City, but was co-founded by the well-known psychiatrist and psychoanalyst named Gary Stafford Sullivan. Gary had a number of beliefs that influenced Saul. Examples, Gary believed that personality can be isolated from the family and the environment. He believed that mental illness was mostly caused by cultural forces. He thought of loneliness as the most painful of all human experiences. And, despite being a psychiatrist, he was generally against psychiatry. He inspired a number of anti-psychiatry psychotherapists. Gary died in 1959. 8 years later, in 1957, Saul and Jane established the Saul Institute for Research in Psychoanalysis. This was also in New York City. They distorted a number of Harry's theories and promoted versions of his philosophy that were so extreme they were barely recognizable. Saul believed that the traditional family was the primary cause of mental illness, grief, and anxiety. Saul destroyed the traditional family and strongly believed this aligned with his far-left progressive views. Saul started building what would eventually be considered a cult. Over the next several years, he recruited many members. They lived in 3 buildings on the west side of Manhattan. At its peak, the cult had about 500 members. Many members were intellectuals and artists. Almost all of them had far-left political values, were well-educated, secular, and had liberal views about sex. Saul developed a number of rules that cult members had to follow. For examples, exclusive relationships were not permitted without special approval from Saul. Saul didn't think children should be primarily raised by their parents. They were sent to boarding schools or were raised by caretakers. They could only see their parents 1 hour a day and weren't to be introduced. Members of the cult were not allowed to have contact with their family members, although they were allowed to ask family members for money. They were actually encouraged to do this. Members had to participate in 3 psychotherapy sessions per week. This was a major problem in the population and helped Saul maintain control over his followers. Eventually, Saul enlisted 1 psychotherapist to tell members who lived in a relationship with him. As time went on, Saul exercised an increasing level of control over the members. Eventually, Saul and Jane divorced. Saul married a psychoanalyst named John Martin. In total, Saul had married and divorced 6 times and had 4 sons and 6 daughters. After marrying Jane Martin, Saul became increasingly authoritarian. Saul and his wife opened a politically progressive theater collective as the 4th Gothic repertory company. In 1978, the theater signed a lease to a building in the East Village. Holidays, the current occupant of the theater company, refused to leave the building. Saul sent puppets and his cult members to destroy other theater companies' sets. 3 members were arrested. After the partial reboot of Elden and 3 Mile Island in 1979, Saul had a full meltdown, thinking the rest of Manhattan was going to be destroyed. He thought that it would be safer for the cult to relocate to Orlando, Florida. 250 cult members decided to go with Saul. The others remained in New York. A few weeks later, Saul decided that Manhattan was safe after all. Followers were left in Florida to travel. Those who remained in New York were ostracized because they were viewed as disloyal to Saul. One cult member said they were trying to leave in 1985. 2 cult members were sent by Saul to attack him. Which they did. They brought the cult member and suddenly stopped in Times Square. The attack was hard to stop the tracks. Threatening to put up a train if he did not return to the cult. The victims of those 2 attackers went on to become successful professionals in New York. They were never arrested. One worked for New York Times, another was a professor at Columbia University. The victim, as well as another member, sued the cult to draw attention to some of the cult's controversies.
His strategy was to keep children away from their parents. This led to a number of lawsuits later in his life and after his death. Saul felt as though if a parent was taking care of a child, that child would create emotional bonds and dependencies. Children were rotated among adults throughout the week to prevent this from happening. One way that the cult earned money was through fines that Saul would assess on members. If a parent expressed too much interest in their children, that was a $10,000 fine. And number 2, like most cults, sex was a major focus of ideology. Saul believed that monogamy needed to be destroyed. He wanted the members to have sex with as many different other members as possible. They were ordered not to refuse sex from any member who requested it. Saul personally had sex with many of his followers. If he noticed that another man was particularly attracted to a specific woman, he would have sex with that woman to teach the man a lesson about the dangers of focusing on one romantic interest. The psychotherapist in the group had sex with cult followers as well. Oh, this is Dr. Grande. Cult followers as well. They did not worry about ethics, possibly because few of them were actually qualified to be psychotherapists in the first place. Item number 3. Sex was not only a popular activity for the members, it was a major recruiting tool for the cult. One of the group's more popular events was a series of Saturday night parties they would hold on Long Island. At the parties, sex was very easy to find, as in pretty much a 100% chance of success. When the AIDS crisis hit in the mid-1980s, the group struggled to grow the membership ranks as people were more concerned about having multiple partners. Item number 4. The top tier of group leadership was made up exclusively of psychotherapists, or at least people who called themselves psychotherapists. This included Saul Newton and a few other individuals. The next tier of leadership was made up of people who were training to be therapists. Therapy sessions represented a crucial control tactic for the cult.
Fuck, why is the
During
build,
the
bro?
sessions, a member could expect to be heavily criticized. For example, the therapist might tell them that they were evil and their mother did not like them. The key objective of therapy was to convince the member to hate their own mother. Saul believed that mothers were the root of all mental illness. So I guess Mother's Day was like his mental health awareness day. Saul felt about Mother's Day like the Grinch felt about Christmas. As far as confidentiality between the therapist and the client, it was straightforward in the sense that it didn't exist. Therapists would routinely share secrets with other members, sometimes in a deliberate effort to embarrass clients. These psychotherapists would also recruit spies. They would ask members to report violations of cult rules. The net result of the so-called therapeutic activity was a group that was completely under the control of cult leadership. There was no privacy, no safety, and no comfort. The followers were always looking over their shoulders. They were always being watched. Item number 5. In addition to controlling romantic and sexual behavior, childcare, and therapy attendance, the cult controlled other aspects of the members' lives. For example, they were told which hobbies they could engage in and which ones they had to avoid.
Oh, that's a buff. Wait a sec. So thank you.
Working was an important
Wait a
part of life in
second.
the cult. It paid the bills and made Saul
Summoning
wealthy.
somebody.
Eventually, the group accumulated $12 million in real estate alone. Item number 6. Saul Newton had unusual mental health symptoms and personality characteristics. Saul appeared to be both psychopathic and narcissistic. For psychopathy, he was manipulative, callous, cold, lacked empathy, and had superficial charm. In narcissism, he was envious, grandiose, arrogant, socially dominant, overconfident, and had fantasies of success and power. Toward the end of his life, it appears as though he became paranoid and psychotic. As far as the 5-factor model, Saul was high in openness to experience, was creative and intellectually curious. He had mid-range conscientiousness. He wasn't particularly cautious, and in some areas he was well organized. He had high extroversion, sensation, talkative, low agreeableness. He was not modest or straightforward. and he had high neuroticism. He was angry and could not resist temptation. Item number 7. Like many cults, when a group disbands, many of the members become successful. Example of those 2 members who allegedly attacked other members of the sector and had the house once the influence of the cult is broken, will return to normal or close to normal. In addition, some people will deny they were ever in a cult. It's like they just want to make the whole situation go away, or they want to view it in a way that was different than reality. Some of these Sullivanians had good memories from their time in Manhattan. They believe that the cult has been unfairly vilified. Item number 8 is the extreme left-wing ideology of this cult. Many cults are not sophisticated enough to be consistently driven by a cohesive political ideology. Members will say that they are promoting some type of political value, but in reality, the cults are simply too disorganized to follow through, and their political views are inconsistent, ever-changing, or nonsensical. For example, the Heaven's Gate cult thought that aliens from outer space were coming to pick them up. Despite the fact that some political party leaders may seem like aliens from outer space, I'm not aware of any political party that runs on the alien pickup premise. Cults that identify as left-wing often appeal to those who want to destroy the current system, like they want a revolution. Cults that identify as right-wing are typically based on religious views. They are often preparing for the end of the world. And others claim that the Sullivanians were left-wing. They were promoting a world that did not have traditional family values, law and order, or democracy. Saul may have destroyed those elements inside of his cult, but the group never made any true effort to promote political values outside of itself. I think that all of Saul's political discussions were really just a way to make his strategies seem like they were based on something more than just his own desires. Saul formed the cult so that he could have power and as much sex as he wanted. Saul claimed that he was a visionary who unified politics and psychology, but in reality, he unified gullible members with pain and suffering. Now moving to the last item, number 9. Here I will go through the 7 criteria for a cult and compare them to the behavior of the Sullivanians. A cult is authoritarian and manipulative. This cult clearly contains both of those elements. It uses mind control strategies. This cult had a novel psychotherapy-based mind control strategy that worked very well. It tends to target middle-class citizens. The Sullivanians were mostly from middle and upper class. It is based around
Fuck my spells that.
This is true for the Sullivanians. They all wanted to destroy traditional family values. The cult uses aggressive conversion methods. I'm not sure this cult really needed to resort to that extreme, but they certainly used aggressive methods to retain members.
Oh, come on.
Something they have been struck by a train. The cult indoctrinates members using a system. The Sullivanians had a fairly sophisticated system, which included regular therapy sessions and distinct leadership levels. The last criterion is the cult employs a relatively new
Was that a
system
crab?
in the culture of origin. I think that the Sullivanians' belief system was not only
Oh fuck, I gotta eat a crab.
something that is not before. I'm not aware of any other cult.
It's in my inventory, I gotta eat it. Crab.
Now moving to my final
Where the fuck's the crab?
People often seek out cults because they're unhappy with the current political climate.
Oh, here it is.
Stressful conditions in society. They seek a utopia, a place where all the established social and moral principles do not apply. They quickly learn that the alternative to those principles is a different.
Okay, I'm gonna eat another crab before I go in.
Please put any opinions and thoughts in the comment section. They always generate interesting dialogue. As always, if you found anything else,
Hey, where's the crab? Okay, I can't find it. Fuck it. I'm in. Oh, I'm glad. Oh, that's horseshit.
as far as
the Carl Lentz
Yo,
case.
what's good with my
First look at the
damage
background,
negation?
then move to my analysis. Carl Lentz was born in Virginia Beach, Virginia, on November 6, 1978. In 1998, he enrolled at North Carolina State University, where he played basketball. He left college in 2000. Carl moved to Los Angeles and worked at a Gucci store on Rodeo Drive as a greeter. He studied in a seminary for some time. In the early 2000s, he traveled to Australia and attended a school operated by the Hillsong Church. The church was founded in Australia in 1983 by a man named Brian Houston.
Okay, I'll go
It
there.
eventually became a megachurch. About 150,000 people attend services each week at 131 branches across 30 different countries. The church is also a multimedia company. It produces books, musical acts, and documentaries. Carl interned with Brian Houston, performing tasks like picking up his dry cleaning and washing his car. Apparently, at the Hillside International Leadership College, a student can get credit for these tasks. So they're paying money to a college in order to run errands for church leaders. And at the end of this, they think that they deserve a college degree. Carl became good friends with Brian's son, Joel. Carl graduated from the college in 2003. In 2005, he returned to the United States. He became a youth pastor at a church in Virginia Beach. In 2010, a branch of the Hillsong Church called Hillsong NYC opened in New York City. Carl moved from Virginia Beach to New York City to run the church. Around this time, Carl became friends with Justin Bieber. The two were fairly close. Justin even lived with Carl and his family for a short time, in 2014. They were photographed together in public places a few times. For example, in a recording studio in Beverly Hills, at a go-kart racetrack in Los Angeles, and drinking at a bar in New Zealand. Simply by associating with Justin Bieber, Carl became a celebrity himself. He appeared to really enjoy this newfound status. He frequently wore a Rolex watch, and he dressed in clothing he considered to be stylish, like ripped jeans, a low-cut t-shirt, and a leather jacket. Carl would hang out with people like Kourtney Kardashian, Oprah Winfrey, and Selena Gomez. Carl's massive popularity led to a tremendous increase in the size of the Hillsong NYC congregation. The church had to move to increasingly larger buildings, eventually meeting in a massive theater in Manhattan. Carl was not only in charge of the New York City branch, he was in charge of the two branches as they opened in New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts. In addition to the celebrity connection, the church grew because of its unusual marketing strategy. The services were funded like a rock concert, Elden show, and that of flashy lights and flowers. As the end of the process, the time the website
That's crazy.
California with his
Low-key
family.
miss my old
Reportedly,
build.
Tyler Perry paid the rent $24.3 million house so the family could live there. It was $16,000 a month. About 6 months later, Carl and his family moved to a $700,000 house in Florida. Carl changed his cell phone number, only gave a few friends the new number, and said he was ready for a clean break from his previous life. At one point, Carl had a big outpatient program designed to treat escalating burnout. Based on Carl's behavior, I'm guessing that's when he spins the wheels on his BMW. Internal investigations into Carl's behavior in the church revealed a number of allegations, including wage and hour violations, conflicts of interest, discrimination, harassment, and sexual misconduct. Now moving to my list. Hillsong Church promotes what's referred to as the prosperity gospel. I originally learned about this after visiting the United States in 1989. He returned to Australia and incorporated this doctrine into his church. The central idea behind prosperity gospel is that if members of the church donate money, God will give them more money back. To explain why this arrangement is necessary, like why God simply wouldn't give the money directly to the church, he explains that in faith, people will be rewarded for believing God will recognize them and support the church. In addition to promises of unlimited wealth, the church offers a culture that matches modern materialistic values. There's an emphasis on being attractive, not on hip and cool. This market is a place for important people in the church. After Carl Les was exiled from Hillsong Church, many people came forward to push their stories about his unpresentable actions. It appeared that his inappropriate behavior was not isolated to one or two incidents, and occurred myriad times over the course of years. Here are two examples of the allegations made against Carl Les, which were uncovered as part of an internal investigation conducted by a law firm. Carl once allegedly yelled at his driver for breathing too loudly. He told the driver to Carl the driver would sometimes leave outside restaurants for 3 to 5 hours. Carl denied this allegation. The pastor who worked for Carl said he could call him to his house and told him to do it again. They said he helped him to subsequently join Carl later in November that incident. Carl allegedly demanded to pick him up at the airport. Carl admitted this was true, claiming it was church policy. Carl received frequent massages, despite describing massages as strange. Text messages indicated that Carl received close, also massages, and as he said, other services. It's not clear if this
Happy ending? What?
Annie, a 20-month span after 7 years, indicated that she had sex with Carl. On one night in 2016, Carl's wife Laura allegedly caught the man in the act and punched her in the face 2 or 3 times. Carl managed to gaslight his wife and convinced her that she hadn't seen anything inappropriate.
What?
Annie wanted to leave her job, be away from Carl, and let him told her, "You think she could get a better job?
Right.
Have a college degree." I can understand based on Carl's experiences why he believed a college degree was necessary to be a nanny. After all, he received credits for running errands for church leaders. Carl initially denied having sex with the nanny, but admitted engaging him in 20 and 100 sexual acts with her. Carl bragged to the investigators, saying that he was a very good liar who took deliberate steps to cover his indiscretions. And considering all this information about Hillsong Church and the allegations, here are my thoughts on the items listed out in this case. At number 1, when Carl became the pastor of the church in New York City, he was phenomenally successful in targeting congregation. He targeted young people who without traditional attending church services and managed to have long lines outside the church an hour before the service started. The services were like theater productions. There was a lot of noise, flashing lights, dramatic behaviors, but little substance. There was an emphasis on appearances. The idea being that if somebody looked healthy and was well dressed, they would be favored by God.
The church believed this strategy was superior for attracting superficial people. Carl's association with celebrities became a key part of his success as well, with some attendees referring to the church as the celebrity church. Item number 2, the church was highly dependent on volunteers. They described the culture as intense. Sometimes they would work for more than 12 hours a day. They were treated like low-level workers and assigned tasks like cleaning and driving people to parties. They would not be invited to these parties themselves. They could only drive people. The volunteers were instructed as to how they should interact with Carl Lentz. They were told, don't talk to him, don't look at him, and don't be in his way. One could argue that Carl was encouraging people to serve him just because he was so great, while telling people that they were forging ahead in their own journey to greatness. Like someday, all this volunteer work would pay off. Volunteers would reap massive benefits from their free labor. Item number 3, in addition to asking for volunteers, the church, of course, wanted donations. The money was used to pay the leaders of the church, to grow the church, and to hold the services. This results in the church having access to more people to ask for money. Essentially, as people gave money, they made the church a better vehicle to collect more money. It was like a vicious cycle of tremendous wealth and growth in the church. Item number 4, Carl Lentz has been accused of being a hypocrite. He was at the back of the system in the church. Is this really the case? I think one could make an argument that Carl's behavior is the natural extension of the values of the church. It's a church built on appearances, free labor, in the absence of realism. Carl was a pioneer. He connected with the values and expanded the beliefs to the next level of shallowness. He preached a message that people wanted to hear, a message of narcissism, materialism, and optimism. Church members wanted to feel good about themselves. Being associated with Carl, even if they couldn't get close to him, made them feel special. I think to view Carl's behavior as an aberration is to release the church from responsibility. He was, in many ways, exactly what they wanted. His only problem was getting caught. Item number 5, Carl didn't start out his career in an unusual way. He wasn't destined to be a mad pastor. Rather, he became swept up in the celebrity lifestyle and started to view himself as important. His narcissism became more pronounced. It was activated by all the attention he received. He falsely believed that the attention he received meant that he was special. He was doing something extraordinary. Carl's relationship with Justin Bieber gave him even more confidence. Carl believed that he could pretend to be a great pastor, just like Justin Bieber pretends to be a great singer. Carl started working less and less and increased his time engaging in recreational activities. He wanted to live the high life, to enjoy being a celebrity. On the rare occasions when he did run the service, he would not interact with the regular members of the congregation. Carl separated the regular members from the VIPs. He even had a reserved seating section for VIPs. Carl's volunteers actively left the congregation. The VIPs were backstage, where they could attend a private upscale event at Carl. There was no personal interaction between Carl and the members of the congregation. Instead, those VIPs would simply run the service and continue on in his party lifestyle. Now moving to the final element, number 6. This case underscores the critical importance of attractiveness and how, more than one way, dominates the viewing experience. It explains a lot of behaviors. Many people who attended the Hillsong Church in New York City did so because they found Carl to be physically attractive. They would say things like, they wish they could just touch his clothing or his hair. I find it interesting that after the allegations, we would look at Carl and see the same physical qualities, yet perceive someone who is creepy, bizarre, manipulative, and arrogant. Now his clothing is not fashionable. Now his mannerisms are those of a terrible person. In reality, he is presented exactly the same way he always has. Only the perception has changed. People are looking at him through a more critical lens. They are willing to accept it without it. Perhaps that lens should have been applied in the first place. Those are my thoughts on the case of Carl Lentz. Please put out your thoughts in the comment section. The players generate interesting dialogue. As always, I hope you found my analysis on this topic to be informative. Thanks for watching. Next is on the project. This question asks how to analyze the characteristics of Goth Company. Goth operates in a large industry based in Texas, where it promotes the idea of prosperity and gospel. Mr. Murder, undiagnosed medical city, will speculate about moving on to a situation like this. Enjoy this video in this life. Subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I'll put the link to Patreon in the description of this video. So first I'll start with the background, and I'll review some characteristics of Goth. Goth was born in Lubbock, Texas on December 6, 1936. He was married in 1955, divorced in 1958, married again in 1958, divorced in 1961, and married again in 1963. In 1967, he had Ministries, based in Fort Worth, Texas. The facilities are 33 acres. It's got a church, warehouse, garage, production
Oh shit.
Serves me right. Fucking bloody end. For a jumped up little shit with big ideas. Help me out. Would you, mate? I don't want to get cursed. Just let me die. I don't want to live like this. Not anymore. So, please.
Damn.
Then the pox will truly be your own.
Oh. I'm stuck. Did you eat that place? Irishman for the what? The what? Oh shit, you really trust me? I was kind of fucked. NGL.
I will kill you and deform you. Then the force will be your own.
Oh, wrong. Fucking. That face. Actually, that.
You'll be nourishment for the box.
Nourishment for pots. Thanks, Marika. Fuck's the crab, bro? Classic. What? Yo, that's the dung eater, alright. Did I get that?
Thank you.